All right, notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on September 10th, 2021. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two topics. First, the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and then the appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations and the corresponding compensation adjustment. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, we do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:07 a.m., to discuss two topics. The first, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and the second, appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations and compensation adjustment. With respect to the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine, including an update on potential litigation matters and involve the discussion of security for district property and utility infrastructure information. With respect to the appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations and compensation adjustment, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information, as well as performance evaluation information. A closed session discussion is necessary to prevent needless injury to Mr. Vai's reputation, and he has not requested a public meeting. A second is required. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Mulhall,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. And I wanted to note for the record that Director Howard is unable to join us this morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henners. The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding two topics. First, the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and second, the appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations and the corresponding compensation adjustment. No votes or other action will be taken. All right, so at this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event, and then we will stop the WebEx event recording. We'll lock. Thank you, Janice. We'll get started here right now. I have 10 a.m. A motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Henners?
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Mulhall,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. The motion to come out of closed session at 10 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding two topics. First, the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and two, the appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations and the compensation adjustment. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, September 16th. The board meeting will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events. For your awareness, at last month's meeting, the board approved a resolution to require in-person attendees wear masks at our meetings. We are following the Centers for Disease Control recommendation to wear masks indoors when Douglas County is designated by the CDC as an area of substantial or high transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Janice Molhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. Sarah Howard is unable to attend today's meeting. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our senior management team, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we have a few attendees in this meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss two topics. First, the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and second, the appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations and the corresponding compensation adjustment. We will hear the following committee reports today. For governance, Director Moody, Director Yoder will provide the finance report. Director Williams will provide the systems management and nuclear oversight report, and Director Molhoff will provide the public information report. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Just a sound check. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Well, it's middle of September and it is still warm outside. So we continue to alert all of our employees, and I'll take an opportunity to do the same thing with members of our public, that hydration continues to be very, very important. Make sure that you're hydrating yourself and you're drinking water. It usually takes a few days for hydration to be effective. So if you know you're going to be working outside, we typically recommend that you start drinking a lot more water at least 72 hours before you plan to work outside. Similarly, it's school start date. We're still in those few weeks of different dates for people to start school, both at the elementary, high school, and college level. Traffic is increasing, so we ask you to be especially careful when you're driving out in neighborhoods around schools, and really be careful and pay attention to school speeding zones, which is important as we're not used to having little ones around on sidewalks. Make sure that we're all aware of that. Lastly, I'll mention we continue to work on keeping ourselves safe and our employees safe. Director Bogner, you just described new measures we will take on Thursday for the board meeting. Internally, we continue to ask employees, and I'll share these with the public, we encourage you to follow the 3 W's of watching your distance, wear a mask, and wash your hands. And in tradition with my predecessor, we wish that you consider getting vaccinated as well. The last thing is it's still construction season. The weather is still good outside for people to dig and build stuff. Make sure that you call 811 before you dig, or visit anyoneCall.com to alert us and to make sure that you have the right signaling before you dig on projects that you have. That concludes my safety briefing.
All right, thank you very much. We will jump right into our first agenda item here. Director Moody, will you give us the governance chair report?
Very excited too. Thank you, Director Wagner. Let's first start with a quick report out on our governance committee. We met last week, September 9th. You're seeing agenda in front of you there. Several of these items we're going to discuss today, but there are a few that I just wanted to give you kind of a quick heads up on, but in most cases, they don't necessarily require a whole lot of discussion. Agenda item number 1, COVID-19 protocols update. Kate Brown just provided us some line of sight into the plans for our board meeting on Thursday and how, as mentioned, the mask requirement will be enforced. Nothing necessarily that we need to discuss or know about there other than Kate and her team have it very, very much under control. We're going to talk about redistricting in a bit, strategic direction policy monitoring report. I'll mention that very briefly. Agenda item number 3. There are materials in Diligent for your review if you're interested. Director Yoder and Mr. Foch have been working pretty deliberately on bringing forward a recommendation for how we might refine our monitoring reports. Not going to get into it today, primarily because the 2 action items are, 1, for Scott to check in with the LRI folks, and for those members of the public, that's the team that helps us with our workshops and board retreats and a variety of other governance related things that we like to tackle. And we expect this to be a topic on the docket for our workshop in October. So you'll get a clear line of sight into it then. Not necessarily anything that we need to discuss or wrestle with today. We'll get an opportunity next month to dig into what that monitoring report approach refinement could look like. Agenda item number 4, quick update from Scott again on the workshop. We're on track. Schedule is for October 5th. Agenda to be finalized soon. Thank you to everyone for the conversations that you've been having in advance leading up to that workshop. Including some of the surveys and reviews that you've done with respect to our governance. So that's all been extraordinarily helpful, and I think this is one of the things that I look forward to the most, honestly, is our opportunity to get together and have a workshop. So you'll be getting more information about that via email, board members and members of the public once that is finalized. Powering the future, number 5. Again, this is a very quick topic. Mr. Foch just gave us a quick update. There's a ton of progress being made behind the scenes, and you will receive, if not have already received, an update via email summarizing some of the work that's occurred to date and the broad schedule for going forward. So again, more coming at you in another form and format. Lots happening, most of which has been behind the scenes, at least as it relates to our view shed. We will talk about agenda items number 6 and 7 here shortly, and 8 and 9 were simply just confirming work plan and summary of committee direction. Before we go on to the next agenda item, I know I went through those quick. I'll pause to see if anyone else on the governance committee and or Mr. Foch, if you have anything to add on any of those that I just discussed briefly.
Thank you, Director Musi. I have nothing to add.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands. So let's go on to the next agenda item. Redistricting. So I'm not going to speak at length to tee this up. I'm going to let Mr. Bruckner do some work here first, but before he gets going, the short version is when the census numbers come out, they come to us, and eventually we get an opportunity to redraw districts so as to ensure that we're representing the right number of constituents. Naturally, over 10 years, the population changes and moves, and so it's something that we're required to do by law. Steve's going to talk us through just briefly the redistricting process to make sure that we've got a good understanding for it. The governance committee has talked about this, I believe, in the two previous governance meetings. We've got a good sense for how this is going to unfold, but again, I want to make sure that the entire board has a good sense for how it's going to unfold. And then the bulk of our conversation is likely to be centered around the question of whether or not the board composition is right. Mr. Bruckner, no further ado, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Director Moody. The slide that is up now on the screen pretty well outlines the process that we follow. And as you said, it's an action that all political subdivisions must take every 10 years after the decennial census is complete. This year, I think, as everyone is aware, the decennial census from the federal government was a bit late in arriving. Our legislature right now is, as we speak, considering the revision to congressional and legislative district boundaries, as well as a number of other state level political subdivisions like the Board of Regents, for example. That work is in process and will all be completed in all likelihood by the end of September, if not shortly before that. Once that is completed, then the information on population can then be distributed down to the county election commissioners, or in some cases, county clerks. And then it's up to them to divide the districts into precincts, voting precincts, and establish precinct boundaries. Until those steps are complete, we can do a fair bit based on the information we have, but we really cannot finalize OPPD election subdivision boundaries until those precincts are established. We need that information, especially for the areas that are more populous, such as in Douglas and Sarpy counties, where we can pretty well expect that there'll be some revision to precinct boundaries based on the population changes over the last 10 years. So after that process, the precinct boundaries are set, then we here at our firm will work on proposed maps showing election subdivision boundaries. We take input from directors and then the matter is presented to the Board of Directors for the amendment of OPPD's charter, which officially is called a petition for creation. The charter is amended to establish the new subdivision boundaries for the director's election subdivisions. The board votes on that, requires a 3/5 vote, and then upon approval by the board, we are required to submit the amended charter to the Nebraska Power Review Board for approval. That process needs to be completed by the end of the year, and we don't think we'll have any trouble meeting that. But just to be sure, the legislature, in its wisdom, established a conditional approval process for the Power Review Board. So if we're running up against the time frame and the time frame for the Power Review Board to get notice out to the public and so on is crunched, then Power Review Board can provide conditional approval of the amended charter, and the full approval takes place after the time for notice has run. So we're ready to roll on this and expect that it will move pretty quickly once the legislature has completed its work. Next, I might just very briefly cover a couple of the legal standards. If there's a slide right after this, Mo, if you could go forward. That sets out the legal standards. I'll just touch on those very briefly. I think they're pretty well understood by everyone, but you do try to follow county lines wherever you can. You must establish election subdivisions that are of substantially equal population and compact and contiguous territory. You do try to follow precinct lines if you can. You can split a precinct, but that gets messy. You can imagine it's tough then when election commissioners are trying to determine who votes for whom in an election. You can see on the slide here general legal guidance on ranges of deviation between subdivisions. It cannot be greater than 10% or a relative deviation plus or minus 5%. We're always less than that, substantially less than 5%, and would expect that that's where we'll be when we get to work this go around. As I mentioned, the deadline is laid out there, December 30th, 2021, under under Nebraska law.
Steve, we've got a couple hands. Director Williams, you want to go first?
Great, thanks. Steve, you mentioned that Fraser Stryker would work on drawing of the district lines. Will there be any additional technical support in order to help draw those? That's a pretty specific process with pretty specific tools. Is that something your office handles directly, or will there be others involved in that process?
We do, and we're able to do a lot in-house, but that's a great question. As I have mentioned to the governance committee, I believe it would be in the district's best interest for us to partner with an organization that can help us with the GIS process, the mapping process, and we intend to do that. I'm not certain whether we'll use a private organization or public organization. MAPA, for example, does an excellent job with this, but I would expect that we may very well go with MAPA. We've worked with them in the past, and they do a very good job.
Great, appreciate the clarification. And I've also worked with MAPA numerous times. They do excellent work. Thank you.
Okay, pausing for other questions. I see the other hand went down. Directors, any other questions?
So can you, since I'm not on that committee, can you just outline what the committee was considering when they talked about adding a 9th director?
Let's let Steve run ahead. I think another slide or two, and then we'll come back to that, Janice. Good question.
If you're looking at the next slide, then Mo. Very simply, the governance committee has discussed a possible addition of a 9th director. And here's one of the reasons that the governance committee just identified, and Director Moody or others from the governance committee can weigh in if they wish. Our directors do represent a larger number of constituents than other bodies. For example, legislative districts, of which there are 49, are in the mid 30,000 range typically for the number of representatives. Currently, based on the subdivisions that were last drawn in 2013, when the district went to election subdivisions from the prior method of the metro subdivision being represented by 5 directors. Since that time, the numbers will have increased, and they'll be above 100,000 now based on population increases. So the thought is, do we want to reduce that? It really wouldn't get the numbers down all that much lower, in the mid 80s probably, in that range. But that is one of the thoughts that might make some sense to explore that. Clearly, no decisions at all. The implications of all this would need to be evaluated. But I think, Director Moody, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was the gist of the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's part. Somebody else is going to chime in. Start. I think that was part one. Was just trying to make sure that we had a good understanding for the number of constituents and customer owners that we represent, whether or not it was reasonable. And so part of that is just about taking a look at other elected bodies and trying to understand what the right number is there. And naturally, I think, and this is just my view here, but different elected positions have different requirements for the manner and frequency and depth to which they engage with constituents, right? Some are a little bit more straightforward, and others are more complex and require any number of different issues that are going to require an elected official, in my view, to be quote unquote out on the streets and really getting an understanding for what's going on. So I think there's a little give and take there. I don't necessarily think we want to set the standard that we have like a target number that we're after necessarily, partly because what that means is over time, as our service territory gets more and more populated, we don't just want to continue to add directors over and over and over again to hit that number. We end up with too many directors, in my view, that isn't necessarily a value add for the organization. So I think that's part one. Part two is we have 8 directors, and a 4-4 vote technically means that something passes, even though you've got a deadlock. And so I think this just sort of reasonableness in some cases might suggest that we need to get to an odd number, so that in the rare situation, honestly, where we have a vote that is somewhat split like that, we have a clearer majority to get there. So I think those were the kind of some of the overriding factors. The one thing that I'll say before I turn it over to my other members of the governance to weigh in case we've missed anything important here, is that we're exploring this. This is not the governance committee bringing a recommendation. There are several steps that might occur thereafter that are unknown that we need to have more conversations with the Secretary of State. There are just a lot of questions that remain unanswered with respect to how this might get implemented, what the implications could be, what the unintended consequences might be. Obviously, this could have huge effects on our committee structure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think some of that work needs to be done. If where we generally land today is yes, let's continue to explore it, which is really the question that's on the table for you all, then some steps will need to be taken to gather more information to help us make a good, well-informed decision. So with that said, Directors Williams, Bogner, or Yoder, anything that was missed or anything that you'd like to add before we seek the perspectives of the board members? Yeah, Director Williams, I see your hand. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate the points that have been raised already. The logistic point about moving from 8 to 9 to avoid a tie on an issue seems pretty straightforward. The increasing number of total residents within the service territory, I think is an important consideration as well, because to me, it is critically important that we are effectively able to represent the people within our district. Representation matters, and the ability of a director to make sure they have the time and the tools available to communicate effectively with everyone is really important. So seeing the number of people represented per district increasing by a pretty good amount over the last 10 years, I think leans in favor of supporting adding an additional director as well. Because again, I think it's critical that we do have the ability to get in touch with everyone on those times when we need input directly from the ultimate stakeholders, the customer owners. So I think both of those lean in support of moving to add a 9th director. We did specifically talk about the kind of once in a decade opportunity to make a change like this. The logistics of making a change don't really make sense at any other time other than after the census and the redrawing of the tracts and the precincts. So I think that if we're going to make this change, that this would be the time to do it. And we did also have one additional point would be if we opt not to make this change at this time and we stay on the path of only considering a change like this after each census, the next opportunity would be in 10 years. And the projected population increase in OPPD's service territory would mean that the number of potential residents within each district by the next time we might consider this change would increase pretty significantly and put us at an even more kind of disproportionate number of people represented for each director compared to some other offices. So I do think that, again, that leans in the direction of supporting adding a 9th director now at the opportunity we have following this census. So I appreciate the time that Steve and the team have put into this this evaluation, and I'm interested to hear from others as well. Thanks.
Director Yoder.
For me, it really is just about moving from an even number to an odd number. If you talk about numbers of people who are represented and trying to keep those numbers relatively small, that means for the rural representatives that they are increasingly moving to a less dense population, I guess. As the more dense populations, you know, are divvied up. It's harder to physically hold something for when you're spread across 7 counties to begin with. And where you're most successful at doing that is where there are high population densities. So from a physical standpoint, that's one approach. In the 10 years looking forward, that means that someone who's doing the representation is doing it increasingly virtually and through digital means. So I think, you know, it's To me, it's just the even number versus odd number.
And I'll just for clarity here, because we've talked a little bit about the number of constituents. So let me just put some data in front of you. And again, some of this is in diligent. Today, at least based on 2010 census figures, we each represent, between 93 and it looks like 96,000 people. With new 2020 census figures, at 8 directors, it would jump up to 117. Whereas with 9, it would be 104. So it's going to go up one way or another. There's not a really, in my view, I'm going to play a little bit red team here. There's not a really super meaningful difference between 104,000 people and 117 when it really comes down to how we do our jobs. Just thought I'd get those data points out there. And the other thing, I think I misspoke earlier, our bylaws do require 5 votes for anything to pass. So 4-4 tie means that nothing happens. Okay. Director Bogner, anything to add? If not, I see Director Kavanaugh's hand up.
Yeah, I'll just add real quick that there are a lot of different elected official, I would say, breakdowns in our pre-governance packet. So I'd encourage the other directors to look at that information. I'm also curious, Steve, if we know how many individuals or what population each of the NPPD board members represent. I don't recall seeing that before.
Director Bogner, I do have that somewhere. I think I may have had it for an earlier governance committee meeting. I don't know that I have it immediately in front of me, but I can certainly get that. It's a fairly large number based on the number of their directors, but similar probably to where you all are, but I can get that and have a more precise answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Kavanaugh.
Mike, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
All right, we'll come back to Director Kavanaugh. So I'll pause for Director.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, as I was I said earlier. Can you hear me now?
We got you. Go ahead.
Okay, so sorry if I had trouble with my audio, obviously, earlier. Is it fair to say, from what I've in favor, create an odd number? Second, to do with the geographics of at least one district, and then also the number of anything else, any other arguments in support?
Mike, I assume that everyone else is. Yeah, Mike, you're breaking up quite a bit. You want to backtrack and maybe repeat that question? Shoot. Director Kavanaugh, we don't have you at all right now.
Mike, if you'd like to text me your question, I can certainly ask it on your behalf.
Sure, or an email would work as well to me, whatever's going to be easiest.
All right, I'll do that.
Denise Mary.
This is ridiculous. Jesus
Denise or Mary?
Fuck is this goddamn?
Let's go to Denise Mary. Thoughts, comments, questions?
I have no questions at this time. Something to think about. I guess I can see the arguments for doing this, and it certainly would. Well, not a great deal of difference between 104K and 117K of people we represent, but appearances can mean a lot, and having another director to break ties could would be important in the future in moving things forward. So I remain open. I'll continue to think about it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would agree that having 9 directors makes sense. It really clarifies, having what your quorum is, for one thing, and how we make sure that we're meeting all of those standards for a majority of the members voting on a certain issue. So having 9 members certainly makes sense from that perspective. I would just want to make sure that our rural customers are equally represented, and that we continue to preserve those what they used to call rural north and rural south kind of districts, so that we have a director that represents the smaller communities in the district, and those people who are outside the metro area. So that would be my my only recommendation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Message from Director Kavanaugh that he has many questions, points he wants to make on this issue. Mike, you're unmuted. You want to give it another shot? Okay. Looks like he's muted now. I'm gonna actually ask our CEO Javier. I'm just kind of curious when it comes to this question of 8 versus 9. I'm just implications on the CEO for the executive leadership team. Just kind of would appreciate your perspective on this as well.
Certainly, thank you, Director Moody. It will require some work. But I think we discussed this at the governance committee. I don't see these as extremely disruptive. We would have to make sure that all the logistics are there in order for Ms. Hinders, for example, to help with an extra person with 9. The question of committee membership comes in. How many? Right now we have a nice even number. I understand even is not good for votes, but even is nice for committee assignments. So a few logistical issues would have to be worked out, but I don't see these as being extremely disruptive. I do appreciate your comment about the future, right? At some point, keeping a specific number in mind could lead to 10, 12, 14 board members, right, in the next few decades. I think that's where we're going to have to be very careful and maybe lay out some groundwork now that would allow us to have a good governance structure for those who will come after us, right, the next 10, 20, 30 years. But as it stands today, adding an additional director doesn't necessarily concern me that much.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like we're working to resolve some technical challenges with Director Kavanaugh. I'd definitely like to hear from him before we wrap this up. However, I don't want to sit in silence and wait until he gets that resolved. So first I'll ask if anyone else on the board has any questions or comments, and if we can't get Mike dialed in, then we're going to move on to another topic. And then once he gets his technical issues resolved, we can come back to this.
Craig, can we run through the potential timeline moving forward? I think we mentioned that a little bit at the beginning, but the timeline for either setting the districts, I guess in either case, we would set districts and it would be set to 8 or it would be set to 9, but the timeline remains the same with an approval before the end of the year. Is that correct?
It's my understanding, but I'm looking to Steve. I think he's nodding his head yes. Yep.
Yes, that's right. So the timeline would be, I'd say it's optimistic to say we'd be able to come before the board in October. If we have our work done, we will. So I think it's better to focus on November in all likelihood. you know, we would even have December in a pinch, but I really don't want to go to that far out.
Yeah, and just practically speaking, I mean, again, I don't want to minimize the work that needs to occur if in fact our momentum is towards 9. There are some unanswered questions that we need to get answers to, which we will then endeavor to bring back to the governance committee in October so that we've got more clarity for what the implications of such a decision are going to be. So October is really kind of where we'll probably need to make that, 9 versus 8 quote unquote decision, so to speak, and provide that direction so that Steve and his team can then start working on some maps for us to assume approval in November. So to your point, Steve, it sounds to me like November would be the absolute earliest.
Yeah, I'd say in all likelihood, yes.
Okay.
So Craig, that would be a recommendation from the governance committee, or that would be a vote by the board in order to move toward 9? Or I guess I just want to make sure I'm understanding what is it that how will the unity of control convey the desire for 8 or 9?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'll start with my understanding, and then Steve and or Scott can correct me when I'm incorrect. My understanding is that the board's action here is to approve the new maps. So we don't necessarily take vote or action on providing that guidance. I think we just wait until we have to approve. Naturally, all of the conversations that we're having today and in October and going forward are going to provide that direction. But that's when the action will actually take. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve or Scott.
You're correct. That's not to say that you couldn't have an interim vote, certainly.
Sure.
Any matter can be put on the agenda for a vote, but that would be the normal process, yes.
It may be helpful to flip forward 2 slides. There was a slide that included next steps, just as a reference.
Yep. Thank you, Scott.
And Steve, I think when we were in governance pre-committee, we talked about devising maps that continue to have 8 directors and then an alternative that would have a 9th director. So then when it comes to a vote, we would be basically reviewing both of those options and then selecting one of them to move forward. That's how we will convey whether we are continuing with 8 or moving to 9. Is that accurate?
Yes. And I was checking on my own, Chair Bogner, your earlier question, but Director Moloff has some information that each NPPD director, there are 11, has about 46,000. So part of that is that there are 3 more directors than we have, and so that's the population number of 46,000 for them. At least that's based on the information from Director Molhoff. I was looking on my end as well, and if there's any difference from that, I'll certainly let the board members know.
Thank you.
Okay, what do we know from Director Kavanaugh?
We are still efforting to get him reconnected via phone.
How's my sound now?
Better.
Clear.
No, you're cutting out real bad. I can't hear it. Is it clear
We
now?
can hear you. We can
Okay,
hear you.
just can I
Mike.
ask
Go
a couple
ahead.
questions, guys? I know you're ready to move on to the next topic, but just okay. Okay, to recap a little bit, the arguments in support of going to 9 directors is there's 3 that I've determined. Is this correct? 1 is to create an odd number. 2 is to reduce the size of Director Yoder's district, and 3 is to lower the number of constituents in each district. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say the second one is correct. I think it's the first and third.
Okay.
Concur with that. I think my
Discussion as far
district
as
will be
the
impacted.
cost ramifications of doing this.
I'm sorry, Rick, go ahead. Did you have something?
Just going to agree with you, Director Moody. I think, yes, if
Everything's
my
cutting out again.
district is impacted, there's a slightly smaller population being served in Sarpy County, but the rest of my district, I think, will remain the same, would be my expectation.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Okay, has there been any cost? Has there been any cost considerations with this building, including the reconfiguration of the of our board?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was able to hear that.
What was that?
Yeah, Mike, if your question was, has there been any consideration of what the cost would be, cost implications for going from 8 to 9? The answer is no, not yet.
Okay. I have many other. It's too difficult right now. My signals are way too weak. I'll hold my questions back for later on if this process plays out. But there's no considerations, including the number of votes we'll need to have a supermajority. On certain votes, we currently need more than a simple majority. Will that be impacted? The workload for staff that will be increased. Also, we talk about concerns about 4-4 votes. I don't ever remember having any 4-4 votes in my 27 years here. This hasn't been a concern yet, and I don't think it is now. Anyway, I have other concerns too, but I'll bring them up later on. Thank you.
And Mike, I'll connect with you offline to make sure that we take those into consideration as we, again, like this is not, the path forward is not locked in. There are many unanswered questions, and you hit on some there already. So I'll make sure I connect with you offline to make sure I have a sense for what those additional considerations might be. Okay, I am ready to move on. I'm going to pause for a moment just to make sure.
One more thing.
Yep, go ahead, Mike.
What idea was this? Whose idea was this?
Did you say whose idea was this?
Yes, what was an individual who came up with this initially?
I honestly don't recall where the idea germinated from or from whom.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on. Next up is the appointment of Troy Vai as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President, Utility Operations, and his associated compensation adjustment. So I'm just going to turn this over to you, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Director Moody. Before going into the facts and the proposal that will be in front of the board for Thursday's consideration, I would like to give a little bit of context because this is not just an appointment of a vice president and an officer of the district. It responds to a change in the organization that I have made, and I am proposing for which I am proposing Troy to be the leader. As I was appointed as president and CEO of Oppd, I started looking at all the things that we have to accomplish and projects we have to deliver, really responding to the strategic directives that our board has laid out in front of us. Part of that analysis also included taking into account everything that was happening around us. And one of those very, very important pieces was Mary Fisher's announcement that she will be leaving the company at the end of October. Mary has been instrumental in accomplishing a lot of really good work here at Oppd, and we will miss her dearly. I will miss her dearly. She's still actively working, but she will leave Oppd at the end of October. The question became then, how do we replace Mary? And in that question, I started to look at what is the right organizational structure that would allow me to have direct line of sight to all of the projects that we have going on and make sure that we have good execution, good tracking of of all of the projects we have in front of us, like continuing decommissioning a nuclear power station, which is a very complicated, very complex project. It's going well, but it will require a lot of attention to it for us to see its completion on time, on budget, and on schedule. The refueling of North Omaha 4 and 5 and converting those two units from baseload coal generation to peaking natural gas units will be complicated as well. Retiring North Omaha units 1, 2, and 3, building Standing Bear Lake Station, building Turtle Creek Station, procuring 600 megawatts of solar, building up to 9 substations, 40 to 45 miles of transmission, high voltage transmission construction. It's a lot. And it's really responding to what our board has asked us to do, which is make sure that we boost reliability, resilience, maintain affordability, and it's part of our pathway to a net zero carbon utility. So in that analysis, I realized that there are a lot of positives, a lot of reasons for me to consolidate the operating, the execution arms of the district, those being generation, transmission, and distribution. This is the concept behind creating the utility operations business unit. This is the one that I am proposing for Troy Vai to lead as Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations. This construct would allow me to have direct line of sight with one accountable vice president to all of these projects that I just listed, and also to keep the lights on, to keep all of our generation in good working condition, our transmission and distribution systems healthy. In order for this to happen, of course, this utility operations business unit will be much bigger than any other business unit we have. We will utilize, under the accountable management system framework, the positions of senior directors to help Troy lead this organization. In fact, there are 3 positions that Troy is considering as senior directors of construction and maintenance, of operations, systems operations, and of integrated work management. I am very excited about this new business unit. It will also expand the horizon, expand the opportunities for cross-training from an employee who currently works in energy production, who will continue working in energy production, but can now, in a more seamless way, look at career opportunities and training opportunities in other parts of the organization, be it transmission, distribution, and in the near future, at some point, working with batteries behind the distribution system. There are many opportunities for our employees to train, to become experts on this new technology, and I believe this new utility operations business unit is a great way for us to foster that development. What is not in this business unit are functions that are relative to planning. So resource planning today resides under the CFO, the Financial Services Business Unit. Transmission planning and distribution planning currently reside under energy delivery, and alternative energy management and pathways to decarbonization reside under the energy production business unit. Those functions that I just listed, resource planning, alternative energy management, decarbonization, and transmission and distribution planning, will be now, I'm going to take those, and we are creating another business unit called the Systems Transformation Business Unit. This one I have appointed Brad Underwood to serve as Senior Director of Systems Transformation. Let me be clear, this is not a position that I am taking to the board for action, because at the Senior Director level, Brad will not be an officer of the district yet. But I think it's important for me to mention these because it's part of the organizational structure here. Let me come back to the item at hand here, which is the appointment of a new officer of the district, and that is the Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Utility Operations. This is one that requires board approval, especially when it comes to Troy's new salary range. This is a new position that will oversee a significant number of employees and a very wide range of functions. Our human capital team did quite a bit of work benchmarking other chief operating officer functions across the nation and made a recommendation to me for the new salary range for Mr. Vai. In front of you, you have the fact sheet that will be presented at the board meeting on Thursday. Again, Troy has been with us for many years. Prior to becoming the Vice President of Energy Delivery, he was the Director of Energy Marketing and Trading. That is where he spent most of his career, 20 years in the industry, on energy marketing and markets. But recently, again, in the past 3 years, he has done a fantastic job leading the energy delivery function of the district. I am really excited to bring Troy to this new role. He knows it's a big challenge with big requirements. He has a lot of work in front of him to deliver and help us continue to execute a lot of this work. And for that, again, the proposal is to present to the board the proposed salary, and you will see this on Exhibit A. It is a significant increase to this current salary, but again, it's a significant increase commensurate with the requirements of his new position. His present salary is at $320,781. The proposed salary would be $407,392, bringing him to 85% of the midpoint for his range. Just a reminder, we try to keep all of our employees between 80% and 120% of midpoint. So this is certainly on the lower end of the range. Want to make sure that we are providing enough room for Troy to grow into that position professionally and from a salary perspective. Again, he has a lot of projects to deliver, and I'm confident that he will do that here in the next 3 to 4 years when all of these projects will come to fruition. I will stop talking and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I'll just chime in quickly, directors, while you get your hands raised. If you've got questions to say, for members of the public, we did discuss this as well in closed session earlier this morning, more specifically talking about Troy's performance, some of the sensitive information related to compensation, et cetera, et cetera. So we've already had a conversation about it. The governance committee naturally had a conversation about this as well in our governance committee meeting, and is supportive of Javier's recommendation on the salary. That's ultimately what we're voting on Thursday. So pausing for other directors to weigh in on this, looking for hands. Not seeing any. Oh, there they are. Director Spurgeon, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Moody. Having heard this now a couple of times and seeing all this sink in, it seems to me that this restructuring is going to set OPPD up to really be able to move ahead at the pace that I think the board of directors wants things to move, and will enable the kind of coordination that's required in this really complicated entity called OPPD to do this safely, efficiently, strategically, in all the ways that we want it to work. So I think it will be a very helpful restructuring, and I support Mr. Vai's advancement to this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks. From my own personal professional experience, the City of Omaha Planning Department, I've mentioned before, has the difference between the current planning and the future planning. And I appreciate the recommendation that we kind of recognize the current operations, as was described by CEO Fernandez, and look toward future planning as well. And kind of separate those two because they are not inherently linked, although I'm sure that they will work closely together into the future. I am also very interested in the definition and the expanded role of that future planning activity. From our board workshop, I think it was either last year or 2 years ago, time's a little foggy here, but we talked quite a bit about an interest in innovation and market transformation. And so I'm glad to hear that on the executive leadership team, or as a senior director, Brad Underwood would be helping to handle those responsibilities, so that Troy and his team can work on the existing operations. And I think that's a good separation. And I think both of those are critically important, and that the proposed structure here, it does a good job of recognizing where we need to go in the future. So I appreciate Troy's work. He's demonstrated success numerous times. I've enjoyed all the time I've worked with him, and seen a lot of excellent performance from him and his team. I believe he'll do a great job with the expanded responsibility. And I appreciate this recommendation for the definition of the position, as CEO Fernandez has highlighted. I think this is a good step forward. I appreciate this being brought to us. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Williams. Other directors, any other hands? Any other questions? Seeing head shakes. Okay, I'll just echo support for the revamp. It makes all the sense in the world, Javier, when you describe all of the projects that need to be executed coming forward. I get a little bit of anxiety. There's a lot to do, and I'm really excited to have a team of people that are really focused on execution. So thanks for bringing those forward. Excited about Troy as well. Troy's an excellent employee and does a wonderful job. Okay, we're going to button that up, and we are now going to move on to our SD10 monitoring report. And that means Ms. Martin Sedke is ready to go. Mart?
Actually, Steve Kerrigan is going to give the report today.
Right.
So we'll let Steve take it away.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. For those who don't know me, I'm Steve Kerrigan. I'm the Director of Labor Relations, and I am happy to present on behalf of Mart today the monitoring report for SD10. And as you see on the screen, Strategic Directive 10 on ethics states that it is essential that OPPD maintain public trust and confidence in the integrity and ethical conduct of the board of directors and the OPPD employees. Therefore, to ensure the public interest is paramount in all of our official conduct, the board adopts and updates as necessary our Code of Ethics and Business Conduct, or the Code. And the OPD maintains and enforces this Code of Conduct applicable to all employees. Among the things we're going to talk about here today briefly, the Code shall require high ethical standards in all aspects of official conduct. It will establish the clear guidelines for ethical standards and conduct by setting forth those acts that may be incompatible with the best interests of OPD and the public, requires disclosure and reporting of any potential conflicts of interest, and provides a process for reporting or suspected violations of the code and policies, investigating suspected violations of the code and policies, and finally providing an annual report to this board. Have the next slide. As we talk about previously, it does require high ethical standards in all aspects of our official conduct. Looking on the left for our board of directors and the Code of Ethics and Business Conduct, you'll see the three highlights. First is loyalty, and that is that no director shall be or appear to be subject to any influences, interests, or relationships that conflict with the best interests of the company. Under compliance with applicable law, the company, its directors, and our employees are all expected to comply with applicable laws and regulations applicable to our company's activities. And finally, as to the observance of ethical standards in the conduct of their duties, each of you, the directors, must adhere to high ethical standards. That includes honesty and fairness. For our employees, we are bound by our corporate policy 3.01, which is our employee code of ethics and business conduct. OPVD is committed to conducting its operations with integrity and in compliance with all our applicable laws and regulations. This policy is specifically designed to promote, support, and ensure that employee activities are conducted in a legal and ethical manner. In the next slide, you will see that we've established the clear guidelines for our ethical standards and conduct and set forth those acts that may be incompatible with the best interests of OPVD and the public. You will see that we provide, the documents provide both a process for reporting and investigating our violations, and that we set forth all the type of activities that may be incompatible with our best interests of OPVD and the public. Now, neither of our documents for either the board of directors or the employees covers all the activities that may violate our ethical standards, but we do outline some of those as specific examples as you see on the screen here. You will also see that the examples for our employees are actually a little more numerous than our board of directors. And there is a reasoning for that, and that's because our employees, in the nature of their duties, are likely to encounter many more situations that could lead to possible code violations than our board of directors would see. I could have the next slide. Here, as I mentioned, the documents do provide our process for reporting and investigating the violations and then providing this annual report to the board. Members of the board do report their violations through the chair of the governance committee, and depending on the nature of the conflict, they may need to report to the commission according to Nebraska Revised Statute 491499.031A. That process for doing that is outlined in the statute. You will see under the board of directors that there were no reported violations for the previous 12-month period. On the employee side, employees can report their suspected violations through a number of different avenues, including, I'll highlight number one, our third-party provided technology platform called Ethics Point. We also have the ability, our employees have the ability to report through our employee concerns program through Fort Calhoun, or just directly filing a complaint with human capital. In the past 12 months, we've had for employees 14 reported complaints filed through our systems. 13 of those have been investigated, and I'll talk a little bit about those. One is currently pending investigation. The breakdown of those 14 is that we had 2 complaints of discrimination, and in those situations, no violations were found in either case. We had 1 violation of harassment where no violation was found in that. We did, I mentioned we are pending it, we're currently pending an investigation that's in regards to improper management practices. We hope to complete that soon. We had 1 complaint of improper relationship between a supplier and or contractor with OPVD. We did file a violation of our policies and took appropriate action in that. There was an inquiry that was submitted to us where no policy was found, but we did investigate the inquiry. We had one charge of nepotism with no violation found there. We had 2 charges of offensive or inappropriate communication. In that situation, one of those was found to have no violation. The second case did find a violation, and once again, an appropriate action was taken. We had 3 violations that were categorized as other. In that other situation, 2 of the violations, 2 of the complaints were found to be no violations. 1 did show a violation and appropriate action was taken. We had 1 charge of theft of company property, but no violation was found. And we had 1 allegation of violation of policy where again, no violation was found. Again, we had a total of 14 in the reported past 12 months. Compared to our last year, that is around the same number. Last year, we had 13 reported. And finally, on the last slide, It's our recommendation at this time through the governance committee that has reviewed and accepted this report and recommends the board to find we are sufficiently in compliance with board policy strategic directive 10. And I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Kerrigan, thank you. We do have a couple hands raised, and I believe Director Mulhoff is first up. So go ahead, Janice.
Thanks. So it looks to me like our approach to ethics is for self-reporting or one employee or one director reporting another director that they think they might have violated this ethics policy. Does OPPD have actual screening or tools that you use to look through the NADC reports or anything like that to proactively help directors avoid conflict of interest and other violations of ethics? I just wondering if we have any audit functions that help us to find potential ethics violations other than just the self-reporting or one employee filing a complaint against another employee.
Yeah, Janice, I'll just pipe in here. So we do have, and it is again self-reported, but we do have an annual survey that we send out to all of our employees, asking them to report any suspected violation of code of ethics across the organization. That's certainly one piece. We take every issue that is raised in that survey that we do and investigate those to ground so that we know what the situation is. We've determined what the appropriate action is to take, and we're moving those forward. We also have an ethics oversight committee that meets every quarter to go through what we're seeing as an organization and identify any potential trends and if any of that additional work would need to be done. So if we're seeing a trend in company theft, is it possible that we can go through and do some kind of an audit to make sure that we're capturing everything that might be happening in that area? And then I wanted to also give Scott an opportunity to weigh in from an audit perspective on some of the things that we look at there.
Mark, my apologies. I just rejoined. I heard my name. My internet everything had gone out until just now, and all I heard was I wanted to give Scott an opportunity to weigh in.
So we're talking about the code of ethics policy, and if we have any formal audit processes that allow us to take a look at these kinds of things on an ongoing basis, rather than just the self-reporting activities that occur.
The short answer would be yes.
I'll also add in too, as part of it is one of the leaders on the Ethics and Compliance Oversight Committee. As part of those auditing functions that Scott mentioned, not only are we auditing the entire organization, but the actual Ethics and Compliance Oversight Program is audited on an annual basis too. So.
Denise, you good? Okay, Director Yoder.
Yeah, so Mo, could you go back a slide? So similar kinds of questions, and Scott, I'm glad you've rejoined us. I've had a few discussions with the BKD who did the financial audit of the organization, and I've talked with Scott and I've talked with others. Third-party audit of the financials is not necessarily the very best tool that we can use to identify fraud within an organization, which of course is an ethics issue. Pointed out though by BKD and others is that this ethics point third-party tip line is a very strong tool to have. And everyone gives good reports to OPPD or to me about OPPD's use of this third-party tip line and its availability and its robustness. So I'm, you know, I think you're doing a very good job. Can there be some opportunity for improvement? I don't know. I still don't know. And I'm hoping that you can, Steve, you gave a very good point that you do review this annually. And so I'm happy to know that you're continuing to look for it. One question I have, thank you very much for reporting out the general nature of the 14 reported items at the bottom of this slide. I kind of heard that a couple of them could have been related to money flow and so my question here is about, does this process exist or should it exist? Whether any of these 14 did or did not, if there is an anonymous report of some kind of impropriety that deals with money, is that then reported to our third-party auditor, or are the controls always decided upon internally, or is there an external review of the corrections that you then put in place to see if it needs to go, if the controls are strong or need to be made stronger by a third party? Does that question make sense?
It does. I'll take the first shot of trying to answer it because I'm kind of the owner of the ethics point system. The answer really depends on the nature of the violation or the complaint that comes in. And many of the things that you mentioned, Director Yoder, could actually be put in place. So after the investigation is done, and just for as a broad sense of what the ethics point system is, while I am the owner of the system, our ethics point system is broken into 3 general areas with subject matter experts to complete investigations on. So for example, my side will do a lot of the human capital, employee relations, policy violations. We have a financial section of ethics point to handle those type of things that deal directly with financial fraud or other financial improprieties. And then we have a security section that deals with that. So should a complaint come in, it'll be properly directed towards that area. The investigation will take place. And then should changes be needed, those changes will be relayed through whoever the policy owner would be. Additionally, the Ethics and Oversight Committee does review all those actions that we have on a quarterly basis and also recommend additional strategies and tools that maybe strengthen those. And then again, those type of strengths and tools, depending on the nature of the violation, could possibly go into other outside third-party vendors too, including our legal counsel, who is a part of the Ethics and Oversight Committee. I hope that helped answer a little bit of what you're asking.
And Steve, if I may, I just asked Ms. Henners if she can promote Laura Langford to panelists. Laura is our director of accounting, and she has a lot of experience with these and dealing with BKD and how we work with the audit through the audit process and incorporate the controls piece to this conversation. So I don't know if Laura is on. I see her on. So Laura, anything you want to add?
Yeah, thanks, Javier. Yeah, just as I was listening to the conversation, I thought, oh, I have some feedback I could add to that as well. And so we do work every year with BKD, and a big part of their audit is interviewing those that are in charge of different financial aspects about fraud specifically. And so they're actually coming in late September to do their interim work. And a big part of that is the discussions they have with us as leaders on what we have as a perspective on fraud. Have there been any things, they ask us directly, are there any things that you're aware of relative to fraud? And so they make sure that they're asking about that. And I understand what Director Yoder is saying as well. An audit is not intended to be in place to just purely detect if there's fraud going on. But they do take that into account, and as they design their audit procedures and look at our controls that we have in place. And just from my past experience, having worked in our internal auditing group and working a lot with the fraud controls that we have in place and the ethics program, if there is something that has come up in the past, we do work with our external auditors about that and talk about the controls that we have in place and what controls need to be strengthened that maybe would have allowed something to happen like that. We've been very fortunate. There have been very few instances where things have happened like that, but they are part of that discussion. And just having a good fraud environment and having those controls in place is really a strong piece of our control environment that BKD is also, like I said, asking about every year.
And I would just add, we are in the process of really sharpening focus on our own controls program and have made significant investments both in terms of staff and time and effort to strengthen our internal controls program over the past few years. We are planning, the Audit Subcommittee is coming up in October, and we are planning a more in-depth debrief of all of the fraud management related aspects of our systems and how we might think about that to provide a more holistic perspective. And Director Yoder, that's really in response to the conversations we've had, but something that I think is rather important and something that I know we would like to be able to provide to the Audit Subcommittee. And through that conversation, there may be, subsequent board discussions as well. So.
Well, thank you very much for the detailed response. I'm going to turn off my camera in case things stop on my audio. A detailed response. Again, I'm encouraged by the structures I see in place. I'm encouraged by the response I've heard from every conversation I've had. I don't see anything. It's just, this is something that that I think as a board member that we should be looking at. So, and thank you very much, all members of the team.
Director Yoder, if I may even add to that, I really appreciate the thoughtful inquiry. And I think there's a lot of perhaps wonderful boards across, the United States of America who would have served their companies, well by having this type of thoughtful inquiry at the times they had. And really the pressure and thought to continuously improve our approaches to what we're doing in terms of suspected violations of code and policy and fraud is something I'm sure Laura could attest to, and Javier and everyone and Steve, anyone who's ever been involved. The systems get smart and then some people get smarter and so forth. So you're always wanting to stay ahead. You're always wanting to evolve. And I really appreciate the thoughtful engagement around this topic.
Yes, thank you.
I'll echo that. And Director Wagner has her hand up. Amanda?
Yeah, so Steve, you had at the beginning of the report told us that there were a couple discrimination and harassment claims. Help us understand how, when those are being investigated, that biases don't come into play, so that so we know that the potential victims actually getting a fair investigation in those circumstances.
Sure, great question, Director. We use a cross-functional team of that and have the ability to bring in additional outside entities to help us, as we're currently doing right now, so that we can reduce any fear of bias or conflict of interest, or that it really it's on the nature of the charge. I will tell you, the harassment charges that I mentioned, generally speaking, have been harassment by a supervisor of an employee, but not because of a protected class. So there was more supervisor and employee not getting along was the allegation. Not to get too much into details here in a public setting about our investigations, but generally speaking, we will use our team, Human Capital, who's been trained to do these investigations. We will use outside personnel outside of both Human Capital and outside of Oppd to assist us should we ever have a fear of any biases or things like that.
All right, thank you.
Just to tag onto that, at the risk of stating the obvious, I assume that if we find something of a significant concern or nature, that the local authorities are brought in, right? Like we're not going to handle a detailed criminal investigation on our own. That's something that's going to go, okay, all right.
Correct. And that's, as I mentioned, having a kind of this cross-functional team for ethics point, having our security side, Owen Yardley and things like that. If we ever need law enforcement assistance, we bring them in as soon as possible.
Great. Okay, Amanda, good? Director Williams.
Yeah, following on Director Bogner's point a little bit, for the clarification of the process, is there an appeals option after an ethics violation investigation has been conducted? Just to make it, I mean, for our information about how that process works exactly, is it a internal process and then final conclusion? Can you help us understand what the potential process is after the conclusion of the original investigation?
Sure. From an internal standpoint, generally speaking, it is an internal. However, we will offer up. I would tell you that generally speaking, 90 to 95% of the complaints that come through our ethics point system are anonymous. Now, our system allows us to communicate back and forth with these anonymous people so that we can maintain anonymity, but we will offer up other people they could talk to in regards to the investigation if they are unclear or if they have further questions regarding it. So there's no formalized appeal process per se, but we will offer up other avenues and other individuals in our organization, including other executive leadership team members, should the anonymous person or if the person puts their name on the complaint, if they wish to speak to someone else regarding the investigation and conclusions.
Great, thanks very much for that.
Okay, I see no more hands. Final call for questions, colleagues. Good conversation. This is great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And last on the governance portion of the agenda is the Polar Vortex after action review. Super excited. Thank you for sharing this in advance. I enjoyed going through it a couple times, and I'm confident my colleagues did as well. Looks like we've got Dan Laskowski queued up for this. I don't know if we need to do anything before I hand it over to Dan, or whoever's ready to roll with it, just hop on in.
I would like to make an intro comment, and I don't know, Javier, if you have anything as well. What I will say is that what you're about to see in just a few number of slides is a culmination, as many of you know, a district-wide effort, something about which I am very proud. The team that's organized around it's very proud, and all of the efforts come in to really, I think, provide a summary, but as well as a detailed report. And it's just a very thoughtful effort overall, and I think ultimately provides real clarity in terms of A, our awareness of the polar vortex, and B, what it is that we are considering to do about it moving forward. Before I turn it over to Dan, Javier, did you have any comments you'd like to make?
None. Let's keep on rolling.
Thank you. Dan.
And thank you, and welcome again, board members. We'll get going. Next slide. Actually, no, I should pause. Please go back, because I do want to recognize the team members. I know some of them are on the call listening, and some aren't able to make it. But you know, while I got to lead this effort, the report and all the work and the several months of effort it took to get us to this point would not have been possible without the team members here. And I do want to pause and recognize them for their tremendous contributions to this effort. So with that, then we can move to the next slide. So we're just going to quickly walk through kind of what caused the need for this after action review, the information gathering to gather all the data to put together into the report, a little bit of just kind of the event itself from a weather standpoint, kind of a summary of our key takeaways, and then next steps. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So again, I hopefully don't think anyone needs to be reminded, but obviously during this past February, really from the 4th to the 20th, was kind of the entirety of the event. And obviously on the 15th and 16th of February is when Oppd had to enact controlled outages for the first time in our organization's history. This was really at the request of the Southwest Power Pool, where we have to respond without intentional delay. as they're our regional transmission organization and balancing authority, we have to really respond to their requests. And during that period of time, they did declare a level 3 energy emergency multiple times as really an urgent effort to maintain the stability of the bulk electric system. And because of that event and the impact to our customers and really the unprecedented nature of the event, it was deemed at the board meeting kind of that same week to do a full after action report to really dig into what went well, what could have gone better, and any changes the organization may need to make to be more prepared for any similar events in the future. I'll pause if there's any questions. Otherwise, we'll go to the next slide. So to really get through all the information about what occurred, again, what could have gone better or what did go well to begin with, as this is the first time we've ever had to practice some of these plans in a live situation. The team and I went through many 88 in total subject matter expert interviews across all the lines of businesses and across all the levels of the business. So from frontline employees, their supervisors and managers, obviously up to directors and senior management. And you can see the breakdown there by business unit. Obviously most focusing on the customer service, as obviously there's a big impact to our customers, energy production and nuclear decommissioning as our units really had to perform to maintain stable delivery of power, and then obviously in our energy delivery side as well to get that to our customers and the impacts we had to do to manage those control outages. And then obviously there was quite the financial impact. So that was the focus, but certainly wanted to make sure that all of the business units had a voice in the process. Additionally, from an external standpoint, I did work with a contact at the National Weather Service, Omaha here, their Valley branch, and just assisting in the analysis of the event, comparing to the historical records, that we had a good foundation to understand how this compared from a weather and climate standpoint. Any questions? Otherwise, we'll continue. Next slide, please. So just briefly on that kind of extreme cold. So with the National Weather Service's help, we looked at kind of the historical record all the way back to the year 1900 to current, and tried, because a polar vortex event or an extreme cold event doesn't have kind of a consistent definition. So we kind of worked on the definition of a 3-day consecutive event where the average temperature was below 0. And with that definition, in that kind of 121-year history, about every 5 years, the Omaha region experiences such an event. For context, the February event of this year, we had a 3-day event from the 7th to the 9th, a couple days where it was a little bit warmer than this definition, and then followed by a 5-day event. And what is important to know is really what made this event, because certainly it's been cold in this region before many times, as we can all remember. What made this event really unprecedented is that it impacted the entire SPP footprint. There are maps in the report that kind of show that cold air from all the way from the border to Canada, all the way down to the border of Mexico. And so just the geographic spread of this event is really what challenged the entire footprint, which is what led to SPP requesting the load shedding that they did. The last thing I'll mention here is prior to the 2021 event, the last time we met an event of this definition was 2004, which was the longest stretch in between any two periods in the event analyzed. So it had been some time since we'd seen this type of cold weather. And obviously the system, both our generation mix at Oppd and the region has changed quite a bit. Some historical significant events, obviously, was the winter of 36, where we had actually an 11-day event consecutively. That'd certainly be a very challenging event. And then a little bit more recently in 1983, there's a 9-day event. So certainly the historical record shows that there's the potential for these types of events. Any questions on this slide before we move on? Okay. Next slide. So through the report and all the information gathering, we did do a long list of observations as far as what went well and what could have gone better, and then distilled that into 24 recommendations that we feel the organization should focus on to best prepare for future resilient events. Obviously, it would be quite a bit to walk through all 24 of those recommendations, so we did try to distill them even further into 5 key takeaways, which are listed here. Really about focusing on communication to our customers, creating a more sustainable grid reliability system to handle extreme events, looking at how we can best manage the financial risk of these events. Obviously, is you know, there's certainly some challenges on the side with gas prices. Continue to work with customer demand, and consider expanding products and services to increase the usage of those and the flexibility of self-generation and curtailment programs to give us additional tools to manage through these types of situations if they were to occur in the future. And then the last one, and this really can't be stated enough, is that really our membership with SPP is critical into both achieving our strategic goals and when we've had local, you know, impacts to our generation. If you consider the 2019 flood, when both units at Nebraska City were not able to run for several days, you know, our customers didn't see large impacts from that event because we were able to lean on SPP. And so we need to continue to work with SPP and extract value from that membership. And a lot of our subject matter experts serve on a lot of the committees that drive SPP's, you know, decisions. So we have a good process in making sure our voice is heard in that process. So obviously, I know there's a lot in these takeaways, and obviously the 24 recommendations that are connected to. So I'll pause again if there's any comments or questions at this point.
Yep, Williams, go ahead.
Yeah, from the slide that we're looking at, takeaway number 4 lists the usage and flexibility of self-generation. Can you elaborate a little bit? Does that specifically mean the customer-owned generation that we have talked about a couple times as far as policy here? Does that also include other types of self-generation that might be for larger facilities that have a more critical need for reliable on-site or uninterrupted power? Can you elaborate on what specifically is included in that takeaway number 4 bullet point?
Yeah, I think from a takeaway standpoint, it's really you know, source agnostic as far as, you know, fuel type or generation source. It's really, you know, understand the demands of our customers and those that have, you know, fossil fuel based backup or those that might have other sources of self generation, and find the best ways and the best products and services to access those when we need to allow us the flexibility to manage through those types of resiliency events. I think it is intended to be agnostic at that point. Obviously, as we work through the recommendations that are connected to this, you know, we'll further refine, you know, what that means in those different situations.
Director Williams, one good example of this is our curtailable rates that we have. When we designed those, we designed them with the summer in mind, right? And a lot of our conversations with customers who have their own generation have been around summer peaks. And how do we prepare for summer peaks? Well, this didn't happen in the summer. Right, so it was a good lesson learned for us to say, hey, these resource that we have on flexibility of self-generation is very useful not only in the summer months, but as we experience now in the winter months. So it's how do we increase that usage? How do we make both our rates and practices better designed to help us year round as opposed to just one season, which had been the case in the past.
If I may add too, I think this also got to, we have some commercial industrial customers that may have self-generation that we don't necessarily have knowledge of or access to. And so this is looking at, are there opportunities for us to work with those customers and leverage the generation they have on site during these situations, much like we did with our existing curtailable customers.
Eric, you good? Okay, Director Molhoff.
Yeah, so I read the full report. I was so impressed with the work that was done. But what really stood out to me is that a lot of the key takeaways are things that we were already working on in our strategic initiatives, and that the work that we're currently doing will really help us to be, you know, a better and more provider in the future. You know, for example, communication with our customers, and, you know, and that fits smart meters and all of the things that we're working on in our strategic initiatives really becomes more important as we look at this polar vortex event. So thanks, Dan, and to all your team. And the report is so comprehensive. I just really appreciate all the work that went into it, and it gave a really good explanation of kind of how we got to where we were, and how we can really do a better job going forward. So thank you for that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. Director Yoder.
Yeah, I had a follow-on comment to Director Williams and VP Comstock. So, Julie, you mentioned commercial and industrial generation. I guess the way that I'm reading number 4 here is that there would also be a consideration of residential level storage or generation as part of the many things that would be considered.
Certainly, I didn't intend to exclude them. I think I was just speaking in terms of the context that we currently know we have C&I customers that have self-generation. Most of our residentials that have self-generation are likely we're informed of through our net metering rate.
Gotcha. Yep. No, I understand there are technical issues there. Yep. Thanks. I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure that it's a possibility.
yes, we would not exclude
Thank you.
residential from that conversation. Thank you for clarifying it.
Director Bogner.
Sorry, had to find the mute button. So I appreciate Director Mulhoff's observation that a lot of the recommendations align with some of the work that we already have going on. I took a little bit of a different view, and it's probably not as supportive. And so I'm just going to lay it out there that I thought it was, while it's in support of the foundational work that we have going on, I do kind of wonder which was first, right? And want to make sure that we're not basically using the polar vortex to justify the work that we already had ongoing. I think that there is a lot of opportunity to improve things like customer communication, and a lot of that foundational work and the customer strategic initiative that we have underway supports that. But I just want to make sure that we're being mindful that an event like this is not basically being used to justify that work. I'm not sure I have a specific question. I'm just kind of putting it out there, as I just want to make sure that the work that we have ongoing is important work. It's justified by other things. It just happens that a lot of the solutions also would have been nice to have or in February to support our response to polar vortex. But there's also, we're not building out these foundational products and services and strategic initiatives for only a polar vortex event, that they also help us in a lot of other ways too during, I would say, times that are not as critical as polar vortex. So
Yeah.
more of a public statement, not necessarily a question.
Yeah, if I might, though, I do have, maybe a comment that might help, give you some reassurance, Director Bogner. Really, as we went into this effort, we really had the mindset of the truth will set you free. And as we were having those 88 interviews, it was really just give us your raw, opinion on what went well, what could have gone better, what can we do to improve in the future. And really through the consolidation of all of that data gathering is what drove the recommendations. It wasn't an effort around, here's the work we're already doing, let's use this as a report to just point back to that. We really tried to remain independent throughout that process to just allow the opinions on people that were most directly impacted by the work to drive the recommendations on how the organization could be better.
Thank you, Dan. I do have a follow-on question about some of the different recommendations. I know that there's several here. Any idea of what it will take financially to implement all of them, regardless of the class that they've been divvied up into?
I don't know if Javier, if you want to take that one. The team certainly didn't do a thorough analysis on the financial resources needed to implement them.
And maybe my question should be, when could we expect to see a proposal for that? Will that be part of the 2022 corporate operating plan? Will there be things woven into that? Or are these being pegged for other years of operation?
Let me address that. So this is work we need to do now. And I think going back to your point, Director Bogner, we were already doing a lot of this work before. This is not a justification for the work we're doing, but also, as Dan said, it's a good, honest assessment of things that went well and didn't go well. What this body of work allows us to do is to focus on those action items that our teams were already planning on doing, and now potentially they are accelerating a lot of this work. It's salaries, it's people's time. So it's really prioritizing, making sure that these action items are prioritized over the work that we were already planning on doing. As far as a breakdown financially, I don't have one, and I don't think, I mean, we will include this conversation as part of the COP, but again, it's people's times. It's some of it will include capital investments, and those capital investments either were already planned or are being planned for the future. So we will make an effort to highlight those during the COP process, to highlight those investments that will help us address these recommendations. But I think in a nutshell, it's salaries, it's people's times that is a resource here at hand. And what this Polar Vortex After Action report helps us do is prioritize how do we invest our people's time to address these issues. I hope that makes sense.
It is, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just chop in real quick to note in the report, financial recommendation 3, develop a financial plan to prioritize and budget for implementation costs associated with the Polar Vortex After Action Review recommendations. So that it's, the act of allocating resources has already been contemplated. Director Williams, hand back up. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, great. My earlier comment was about key takeaway number 4 that we see on screen, and that would be kind of the smaller scale types of items, smaller than OPPD. Looking at number 5, I want to make sure that we recognize, or that I at least express, that I appreciate the recognition that something larger than OPPD is equally important. And there was a lot of discussion at the time that SPP may have been to blame, or that there would have been drawbacks from our participation in the wider power pool. And so I appreciate that through the investigation and the interviews and the technical analysis that we've done, that we have confirmed what was presented at the time, that the membership in SPP is extremely beneficial to OPPD, both during critical events like this and during other times. And I appreciate that being on the list, because again, I know that there were comments at the time, and there have been comments and questions at other times. And so I wasn't sure if there was any additional follow-up, or if Javier, if you or anybody else wanted to kind of reiterate and really drive home that point, because that was one that was discussed quite a lot in the public, and I see it on the list. And so I'm glad it's here. I agree that SPP is very beneficial to OPPD, but I wasn't sure if you had any more specific comments about our membership there, both during critical events and during non-critical events moving forward.
Certainly, Director Williams, I can report briefly. That conversation has been active, and it is currently active with the legislature. We had an opportunity to meet with the governor, the Nebraska governor, just a few weeks ago, and by we, I mean LES, NPPD, OPPD, the Power Review Board, and SPP. We're having good conversations with the legislature, with our elected officials as well, to say, hey, there were a few things that we learned, especially on the communication side. There are many good lessons we learn on how we communicate, how we spread the word, how we alert people in advance. But we continue to have those conversations, and I think the value that we all as Nebraskans derive from our membership in SPP is immense. I understand there are some others who have different opinions, and I welcome those opinions that challenge us and really make us look and highlight the value we have. But make no mistake, I mean, without our membership in SPP, our operations would be significantly more challenged. It would be significantly more expensive for us to maintain an island and being our own balancing authority, where we wouldn't be able to take advantage of the pool of resources that are spread across a very wide geographic region that allows us to withstand different weather patterns and really integrate all of the different fuel resources that we have. I believe, and I know we have a lot of data that has shown us, and we shared some of that data initially in our reports back to the public on the value that SPP brings to the organization. So thank you for the comment. I wholeheartedly agree, but this is not over. We will continue to work with our senators and explain the value that SPP has for Nebraska. This particular event on February 14, 15, and 16, the argument was Nebraska was generating enough power to serve our needs, and we were helping others in the region. And while partially that is correct, there are many other days, particularly before the 14th, when, for example, Oppd, we were not generating enough, right? Units go up, units go down, and we all benefit from that. Another great example was in the 2019 flood, where we had to shut down a lot of our generation. And being members of SPP was instrumental in us being able to serve our load during those flooding seasons. So yes, it helps. It has a lot of value, and I appreciate your comment.
I see a couple other hands, but I'm going to piggyback on SPP conversation just a minute to ask, and perhaps I missed this somewhere, but has the SPP completed its review and recommendations for any potential changes going? Not that we need to get into that necessarily, but I'm just curious where that's at.
Yeah, SPP completed their report and presented to their board, I believe, in late July. And I believe at the end of the report, we have links to those kind of external related reports around SPP, SPP's independent market monitoring unit, as well as MISO, the RTO to our east, their report as well.
Okay, thank you. Director Molhoff. Janice, you're muted.
Just to follow up on these key takeaways, and the number one, and I know that we've covered this in our strategic initiative, but it looked like it was a few years down the road. But would we expect to see smart meters and better communication with customers in the next COP, or is that still further down the road for at least a partial rollout of those the smart meters?
Thank you, Director Molhoff. The answer is no. Unfortunately, as fast as I would like to move with smart meters and advanced metering infrastructure, there is quite a bit of infrastructure that needs to be in place. Integration of systems, telecommunications with those systems before we can put those new meters in place. So you will not see a line item for new meters or new advanced meter infrastructure in the 2022 budget. What you will see is a lot of that work that has to happen behind the scenes in order for us to be ready to connect with that technology. I do not expect that the new advanced meter infrastructure to be ready not next year nor the following year. But it's, again, our eye is on that target and making sure that we have all the necessary components, addressing the technological debt that gets in the way for us to have this advanced technology. So it's our goal, but you won't see it in 2022.
Go ahead, Director Yoder.
Thank you. Two items. One raised by the question about SPP reports. In 2014, NERC had a report on polar vortex and recommendations. Is NERC also coming out, or has it already come out with the polar vortex report? And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, my understanding is the joint NERC-FERC investigation in this event is still underway, and so certainly once any reports come from those bodies, myself and many other people around the district will dig through those with great detail.
Great, thanks. And then key takeaway item number one. So I do appreciate that a lot of the concern was about communication with customers during the energy emergency event. I have a framing question. Energy emergency events happen. They happen. We don't like them, but they are often tied to weather. And, having been born and raised in this part of the country, I've suffered many tornado drills. Are we changing our messaging at all to say that while we never want this to happen, it could happen again, and customers, you should be prepared for it?
I can start to answer that. Lisa may have more to add in, but I think that is the intention. I guess this time I'll admittedly say there was hesitation, right? Because we've had warnings before and we've never had to go there. And so I think we responded not wanting to create panic. Now our customers have experienced it, so I think they'll better understand and will be in a better position to put context around it and the likelihood of it happening and when it would happen and how it would happen.
And I'll just add to that. Our messaging, in the summer times, we definitely talk about preparing and the heat and energy efficiency. We're doing that communication year round now for being prepared and giving them tools to work with. So the answer is yes, Director Yoder. We have changed so that it's not seasonal, but it is year round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to Director Williams.
Great, thanks for skipping back to me again. We talked earlier, and Director Molhoff highlighted that a number of the things that are included in the report were already work in progress, and I'm glad to hear that. I know specifically we've talked about smart meters, AMI, and other types of improved tech in that area. Glad to hear that that is moving forward in the near future and that we are prepared for implementation there. I guess my question would be from the other side, in looking at the report, surely not everything that we have concluded is necessary was something we had anticipated before this event occurred. And so is there a highlight of things that were explicitly not already in process that we did learn from this event that we are now going to be implementing? I guess the first one that would jump to my mind would be the customer relations management system. I don't know if that was already in process, but the communications and about the outage was something I know we spent a lot of time talking about. Are there other items that were explicitly not already in process, but that we have now recognized from this event that we do need to begin moving forward on in the future?
I don't know if anyone wants to take that first, otherwise I can certainly take a stab at it.
I guess off the top of my head, I cannot think of any that we hadn't had conversations about before. Our ability to communicate effectively with our customers is hindered right now based on the technology that we have. And so those have been systems and technologies that we've talked about for many years. And, we're working through our technology debt in order to be able to implement those systems.
I would offer, and I agree with Julie, and it's not that these one we haven't talked about it, but I would say this one, the one that I can think of that could fit in that category that you just laid out, Director Williams, is the flexibility of self-generation in winter times. It's one that, again, it's not necessarily new, but it's one that certainly rose out of this event and part of this report. It's really that flexibility. We were able to take advantage of self-generation in February, but it was a manual process. It was not one that was already codified in rates and we had to work individually with customers. So I would say that is the one that in my mind could fit in that bucket of new actions.
And I apologize, I don't mean for that question to be unanswerable, but it was leading kind of in the same direction as Director Bogner's point earlier, that we've talked in the past, and I think the board has kind of resoundingly echoed the idea that we are glad to provide the resources necessary to advance the projects that will be in the best interest of our customer owners. And so I would just like to reoffer that while there are some new items, I appreciate that we recognize that. If there are items that we have known in the past that we need to make investments in order to be prepared for the future, I appreciate the ongoing requests from CEO Fernandez and from the executive leadership team for the support from the board to get to those types of things. And so anything that we can do either at COP time or in terms of other policy updates, you know, I appreciate hearing those requests, even if they are challenging. And I know that some of them do just mean we need to make additional capital investments, or we need to have additional staff time available. And if that has an increased expenditure, I appreciate those recommendations being made so that we can accomplish some of these things, as we've highlighted, the tech debt and other areas where we know we need improvements. February reminded us that those improvements are critical, and now we are moving on to implementation. So I look forward to having some of that discussion at COP 2022, as you highlighted earlier, and then in future years as well. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. I'm gonna actually just take a minute and based on this conversation, just offer a quick analogy that may be really terrible, but I'm gonna take a stab at it. This idea of is it new or is it not? For me, it's like I'm thinking about a stove, right? And some of these things may have been on the back burner for a while. We know that they're out there. We know we need to do them. And perhaps this experience caused us to say, maybe it's time to pull that off the back burner. But it also means that when you pull it off the back burner, maybe you're adding a little bit more salt to the water because you learned something new and you're adjusting as you go forward. I think that makes all the sense in the world. Eric, to your point, I mean, I think you're right. This board has always leaned into if you need more resources, tell us and we'll see what we can do to do that. I think it's also in some ways about the number of front burners that we have too, right? There's only so many big things that we can take on. And so part of it's about, is there a way to add another front burner so that we can get a few things going at once? And that's why we pay Javier big dollars, is to figure out how to manage all of those big projects that we have going forward. All right, good analogy, bad analogy, we'll see. But that's what came to mind for me. I'll just wrap this up by saying a couple things. I really did appreciate, and as I reviewed the report a couple times, I did have a couple of questions, but I think they're super detailed, and for me, it's just I want to learn. So I'll follow up with those. It's not pressing. I know on the next slide, so maybe we go to the next slide. I don't want to steal your thunder, Dan, but one of the things that we'll do is put this out for our customer owners to review. I think it's a really important thing for our customer owners to have line of sight into. So I would encourage customer owners to do so. And you know, this idea of continuous improvement is something that I've really valued within the organization. And this is a really good example of how we lean into, we did good work, but you know, we're happy but not satisfied, right? So we're going to continue to explore ways where we can improve and accelerate some of the work that we're doing. So good work all around, and I'm really excited about what this looks like. Okay, I don't see any more hands. Dan, do you have anything you want to reinforce here on the next steps?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Director Moody. Obviously, we're going to continue to guide the execution of the recommendations. To Javier's point on managing, or using your analogy, managing the burners in the optimal way. And then we'll make the report available on oppd.com for all that want to read through it. And then we'll continue to work through those various SPP working groups as SPP also has recommendations that they're looking to implement, and we'll be an active party in those efforts. So with that kind of completes the presentation on my end.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Bogner. That completes the Governance Committee's report. We are complete.
All right, thank you very much. I know that we had the Finance Committee report and action item to discuss here before we break for lunch, but I think my stomach's telling me it's lunchtime, so in the interest of that, we'll go ahead and break for lunch now and have finance when we return. So let's plan to return at 12:30 and I'll see you guys then.
Took more time out of you. Oh, where's the ball? Don't you worry. Barry's gonna be here. You just start stretching out. Hey, Doug, if no one else is showing up, I think the hell is the game. Hey, have you seen that bride either? She's a tasty slice of cheesesteak, am I right? Here goes my daughter. Okay, Tripper's here. Tripper's here. All right, boy. Get your signals ready. Here we go. Yeah, now we're talking. Tell me you got a strip there.
I've changed computers. Just want to make sure you can hear me. Thanks.
All right, it's 12:30. We'll get started again. Next up on our agenda is Finance Chair Report, Director Yoder.
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you.
You couldn't hear me?
No, but it was operator error on my part.
Okay, I'm inviting you to give the Finance Chair Report.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we met September 3rd, as it says there. We spent a good deal of time talking about the proposed revisions to ST2. Those are in progress. We're still wordsmithing. I hope to have that available for the board to see kind of the committee recommendations, certainly by November. That we still have some things to work through in October. So if we get things done in October, as I think we can, then we should have a committee approved proposal for the rest of the board in November. Other than that, we talked about what's next on the agenda, which is an expense increase, and I request And I'd like to turn that over to John Thurber so that he can explain it. Mr. Thurber?
Thank you, Director Yoder. I think Mr. Thurber had a planned absence, so if it's okay, I'll go ahead and go through the overview if that's all right.
Of course it's all right. Thank you, Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, sir. So I appreciate, if we go back to the first slide, please, Mo. Appreciate the ability to give the board an update around the district's total expenditure profile for 2021. And like any good introduction, I would just like to sort of articulate a quick bit of context. It would be reasonable for people, I think, to see the words excess expenditures or increase in expenditure action item and have their minds go to rates. This is not a rate action, so I would just like to provide that clarity on the front end of this, as well as the management team has worked very, very hard in pursuit of our strategic financial metrics that are housed in SB3, and we feel like those are going to be achieved. And so we just want to kind of articulate that there's no immediate and immense challenge to things like debt service coverage or days of liquidity. The district's in a healthy position. So with that context, I'd like to kind of walk through the nuances of this proposed action for the board. Next slide, please, Mel. As we've heard a little bit today, especially before lunch, the district has experienced a number of unexpected impacts in 2021, and we've really tried to thoughtfully navigate the financial impacts of those, and we're here to discuss them today. Specifically, there's four bullet points that really enlarged our expenditure profile for the year above what was expected previously when the board does their annual approval of the corporate operating plan, which is effectively the expenditure approval process for the district. So without living all the detail, you can see the first event chronologically was the February 2021 polar vortex. We had increased purchase power of $157 million, as well as increased fuel expenditures of $65 million above and beyond what the expectations were. The July 2021 storm had an increased expenditure profile of $14 million. This was above and beyond what we were targeting, and so we've offset some of those with I'll just say cost management or expenditure deferral efforts. So we were able to mitigate that a little bit, but the full extent of that is kind of outside of our reach from an expense mitigation perspective. The third one is really a timing matter, and for those of you that have followed the district's events and listening at home, maybe we've been working very diligently on our power with purpose evolution, and specifically the natural gas and solar. And as we progress through that work, we get various cost updates and timing updates. And so in 2021, we have an update. We have some incremental information that we did not have last year at the time the budget was derived. And so that's an impact of about $20 million. And then the fourth one is really a positive story, I think, about the work that the Fort Calhoun nuclear decommissioning team is progressing through. And what they're able to do is they're able to complete about $30 million worth of work faster than was originally planned. And so while that's partially offset by about $5 million in reduced expenditures, the net impact of that is about $25 million in 2021. So that's the expenditure side of the discussion. The other matters that are really revenue interests are what's kind of giving us the healthy position that we've been able to maintain through 2021. I'd like to just talk a bit about those as well. The off-system sales was considerably larger, about $162 million, primarily driven by the district's ability to produce electricity during the polar vortex. In addition to that, in 2021, we've also seen higher retail revenues than we were otherwise expecting. If you followed the committee report outs through the year, you'll know that cooling degree days were a little bit higher than expected. But what's also driving this, I think, is a good story for the community in the sense that the expected impacts from COVID that we were anticipating through much counsel from health agencies and other community individuals really has not materialized. And so those retail revenues have been unadjusted by or unaffected by COVID at the levels that we thought they were, which I think is a positive story. And so we see those retail revenues coming in a little bit higher. So the last bullet, last tack here on the 2021 outlook is the totality of these events have really created a overall good financial condition for the district. However, we will exceed our expended approval limits. And in a matter of governance, we'd like to get back to the board and ask for your approval to do that. Very briefly, the next slide is the last slide. It kind of shows in tabular form really the drivers of the things that I discussed on slide 48. And so just to call out a few real briefly, you can see the fuel and purchase power variances. You can see the capital expenditure variance of about $19.5 million. And you can see the decommissioning expenditure variance. And so really those are, again, in table form, kind of the drivers of what's going on. And so we'd like to ask the board for an additional $295 million of incremental expenditures above and beyond what the management team has asked for last year for the 2021 calendar and fiscal year. And so I'll pause here and would love to field any questions should they exist.
Looking for hands. Don't see any. Chime in if you have a question. So the total expenditure difference, I'll ask this question, Brad. The total expenditure variance between the current total and the COP is 268 million, but your request is for 295. Can you speak to the difference there?
Yes, absolutely. Great question. I think what we're really asking for is for the ability to exceed what is forecasted at very modest amounts so that we don't initiate another board action. And in the event that we would have a condition adverse to financial conditions, we would, of course, work back to the Finance Committee and to the board as fast as we could.
Thank you very much. I did see.
If I may, real quick, this is, you know, the old CFO in me can't help it, but to chime in really quick, what makes me comfortable here now in the CEO role is we have two very, very helpful strategic directives that help me reconcile these requests, SE2 and SE3. Right, so SE2 on rates, making sure that we maintain affordability, and SE3, making sure that we maintain our good financial metrics. And Brad alluded to those, making sure that we have the right levels of liquidity, debt service coverage ratios, and so it is a lot of money that we are exceeding our expenditure authority by. On the other side of the ledger, we've also received a lot of money on the revenue side, as Brad mentioned earlier. So we are actively managing and carefully proceeding for the remaining of the year. But this is one where I have to make the comment that OPPD owning the fleet of generation that we own really helped a ton earlier in the year with the polar vortex. Those off-system sales, off-system revenues of over $160 million came to life because we own our own generation. We were able to offset the additional costs of purchasing power. It also came at the cost of higher fuel expenditures, no doubt about it. But I think this is one where we put to the test our financial structure and our financial health, and it is coming through really well. Despite the polar vortex and the July 9th storm, the fact that we're still looking at ending the year at very close to a 2.0 debt service coverage, to me, it's a fantastic outcome. So that's just my personal opinion. I wanted to make sure that I share that with the board.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I see Director Williams has his hand up.
So from the explanation, the executive summary on the previous page, it looked like the increase in the costs from the polar vortex, the purchase power, and the fuel, 157 and 65, and then the favorable boost listed from the off-system sales, 162. So the net cost was higher from the polar vortex. Is that correct? Or I mean, just the balance of that event was, I assume, higher costs for us than anticipated, correct?
Yeah, great observation, Director Williams. I would agree with your statements. Yep.
Okay, and then that leads to the on the total increase in expenses for this corporate operating plan. The short version, if someone were to ask me, where does the money come from to pay for those additional expenses? We had this same, I believe we did the same type of a board action last year. Is that correct? 2 years ago?
I recall 2019. Yes, sir. Yep.
Thank you. Again, the last 2 years have been wishy-washy. But all the same, the short version is that we have additional revenue to cover the additional expenses, so there is not an increase in the cost to the ratepayers in any of our 3 rate classes. Is that an accurate summary of the increased expenses that we're seeing?
Yeah, correct. And just a small supplement, I would note that the management team's been judicious in our expenditures as well. And so I don't want that point to go unspoken to, but generally speaking, you are absolutely correct.
So, and Director Williams, if I may, so where does the money come from? The money comes partially from the market, those off-system sales, that's the largest one. The other one comes from additional revenues. When we created the 2021 COP, this was back in September of 2020. We didn't know much about vaccines. We didn't know much about COVID. So we had a conservative estimate for revenues. So actual revenues in 2021 have been higher than what we budgeted. So that's another source of additional revenue above and beyond what we had planned originally. There were some good debt management actions where we refinanced and we paid off debt earlier. That generates additional capacity from debt service. But the other one, and I want to make sure that the public understands, is we are using our liquidity as well. So cash on hand has helped us figure out what is the best use of those resources. So our liquidity levels have diminished, but we have used our lines of credit, we have used commercial paper. So that cash on hand and liquidity has been a very useful tool. It's always useful, but especially useful this past year to help us navigate the timing of some of these expenditures. So to specifically address your question about where the money comes from, that's where it comes from. Brad talked about also cost savings, right? We tighten our belts throughout the year to avoid additional costs, and that is yet another source of lower expenditures.
And then the last specific question on the nuclear decommissioning, listed that they were able to complete $30 million of work earlier. So that would be an increase in expense in this corporate operating plan, but we would expect that the total cost of the decommissioning is not increasing, right? This would be something we would have spent in 2022 had we not been ahead of schedule in this particular work and completed it in 2021. Is that accurate as well?
Yes, sir. Timing matter. Correct.
Great. And then I guess my last point, and Javier, I have made this before when you were the CFO. We talk about the increased revenues, and that certainly does help us compared to the expenses of the district. But I do want to make sure that we always remember that increased revenues do come from our customer classes. So those are increased expenses to the customers from additional energy use. And so I think we have, oh, I'm sorry. I see heads shaking. Does someone want to jump in here? Is that not an accurate summary of the increase in revenues?
Well, off-system sales. So if we're selling power to other utilities, that's a source of revenue that our customer owners don't have to pay.
That is one, and Director Williams, the piece, just to correct a little bit of that, when we budgeted for 2021, we assumed that usage and the economic activity was still going to be a little slower because of COVID. Because of that, we adjusted our expenditures downward to match the budget. So when the additional revenues came in as normal, our other expenditure levels were lower than what they would have normally been. So that created that additional gap. It's not necessarily generating more money from customers. Customers will continue to pay whatever they use. But going into the 2021 year, we went in with a lower assumption of expenditures that creates this additional resource, if you will.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification, and I'll be more careful in my description of where the additional revenue came from. If it's off system, then it's not technically our customers. It would be someone else's customers who would consume that energy. But I guess the point I was trying to get to was the increased revenue from sale of electricity is a cost to electric consumers in some location. And so while increased revenue does help us meet our expenses, I would just caution that we remember that it's not always guaranteed to just be increased revenue, always beneficial, because that is paid by a customer, either ours or someone else's. And so the implication of just using more electricity is good for us, it feels like a dangerous precedent that we would be careful to keep in mind as we talk about future planning. Thank you.
Okay, are you complete, Director Williams? Director Moody.
Good conversation. I think I appreciated the description of sort of how we're mitigating this in terms of the liquidity, which for me, I think, and as I'm trying to put on my customer owner hat here, does that mean a drawdown in available liquidity and or cash on hand that would result in putting putting pressure on rates for next year? I'm kind of curious about some forecasting and what the implications are for 2022, I guess is maybe our question.
I think it's a very sophisticated question in my opinion. I think that the timing of liquidity is just as important as the need for the liquidity. So if we can see the liquidity need coming and the Treasury can optimize the sourcing of the liquidity, I think that is very, very important, as opposed to falling into the liquidity situation and then having to grasp for it. So I just want to make that at least principal statement, and I think the Treasury has, and specifically Mr. Thurber, has created a number of levers that we can pull without negative adverse in overall immediate consequences. I think to the broader sentiment, Director Moody, if I understood the question right, around 2022, we do have significant liquidity needs for 2022. I would not characterize those liquidity needs as primarily being driven by the polar vortex. I would say that right now we're going through the aggregation of all of the proposed expenditures to drive forward our transformation, Power with Purpose being some of those. We're making other sustainability improvements within the broader electric system that we'll be able to share as we present the COP. And those are probably the bigger drivers of liquidity needs. And I would say, as a general matter, they are largely as planned, although we're still working through sort of the nuances around the timing and the impacts to 2022. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Director Moody. Does anyone else have a question or comment? I don't see any hands. Thank you, Mr. Underwood and CEO Fernandez. This is an action item for Thursday night. My recommendation is that it stands on its own as a voting item. And with that, Director Bogner, I think finance is complete.
All right, thank you. I think we are ready to move now to Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee Chair Report. Director Williams.
Great, thanks very much. This should be pretty short, as we did not have a Systems Committee meeting again this month because there were no items scheduled for the agenda, so we didn't need to have a pre-meeting there. Directors Howard, Spurgeon, and I were able to take that opportunity to, again, visit some of the facilities. So we went to Fort Calhoun and saw both the community solar project as well as the in-process decommissioning work that's going on at Fort Calhoun Station. And that was significantly different than the last time I visited in person. So very impressive to see all of the work that has been happening, both the deconstruction, but also the new construction that we've seen in some of the updates in the past. So appreciation to staff for taking the time to organize and facilitate those tours so we could be more informed about the places that we see virtually in the presentations each month. I would like to highlight a couple things that have been going in the area of policies that the Systems Committee does work on. Regarding decarbonization, there was a public workshop on Thursday, September 2nd. I was not able to attend that one in person, but I do plan to catch the recorded version from the Community Connect page to keep up with the discussion that happened at that public workshop. And I appreciate staff spending the time to make sure and share information with the public about the ongoing resource planning, resource adequacy, and decarbonization work that we've been doing. That's very much related to SD9, which, as we highlighted earlier during the Polar Vortex After Action Report review, this morning, we are expecting some updates to SD9. The timeline for that is by the end of the year. So we've talked about this within the Systems Committee, that we'll see new language for Strategic Directive 9, likely looking at resource adequacy instead of resource planning. But again, that's strongly related to a lot of the other work that has been ongoing. And I think the Polar Vortex After Action Review will also help to inform that, as was indicated in the review that we saw earlier today. The other policy that I wanted to highlight that we've discussed is Strategic Directive 7. The monitoring report will be provided in October, and that's on the board work plan, so you can all take a look at that. The objectives for the strategic initiative related to decarbonization in the generation fleet are focused on using that resource planning activity to help define interim metrics toward reaching our long-term goal of net zero carbon by 2050. And so the Systems Committee has talked about how we will use the comprehensive work that's been done by staff and the consulting team from E3 on resource planning and understanding what types of resources we will need in the future and how that will help us inform the potential to make an update to include interim metrics in Strategic Directive 7. That is not expected to be done in October, but I do mention it because, again, there are several types of resource planning activities that are currently ongoing, and we expect that there will be policy update discussions over the next few months in each of those areas. So looking forward to hearing how the resource planning activities from decarbonization will inform that potential policy update in the future. Lastly, I've talked with staff a couple times about something that I think we will potentially discuss as part of the Strategic Directive 7 monitoring report. We are unable to accomplish decarbonization across our entire service territory on our own. We need assistance and partnership from private businesses, public and community organizations, and local government agencies. And so I've talked to staff a little bit about our involvement and expressed appreciation for the technical assistance we've provided toward the City of Omaha developing a climate action plan. And I know that there's some ongoing work there. And so I appreciate the work that we have done in that area in the past. And I look forward to hearing additional updates, potentially during that Strategic Directive 7 monitoring report, about how we are working with other community partners toward those shared objectives that are in line with the science that we know is necessary, that is guiding where our policy needs to go in the future. So I appreciate the work that staff has put into that. I've said that I'm glad to be involved in additional discussions there. And if anybody else has thoughts or comments about how our work in that area will influence our policy or the engagement there, that's something that the Systems Committee is looking at. Be glad to hear from any of the other directors who are not on the Systems Committee about how our work and our policy work does influence and collaborate with other agencies. So if anybody has any questions about any of the stuff I've covered there or the timeline, feel free to get in touch. But yeah, again, we did not have any action items, did not have a pre-meeting. This is mostly just a look at where we expect to be going over the next couple months. I don't see any hands here. Again, if anybody does have any questions about the stuff that's upcoming, I think these are important policies, and I would like to make sure that we're conveying clearly the expectations of the policy update work that we have coming in the future, so that we can keep those on a firm schedule to move them forward appropriately when that time comes. And so with that, we do have one update item today. And so I'm not sure who will be presenting the nuclear oversight meeting. Looks, it says
I'll be
Scott
doing
Edom.
that.
So Scott, is that you?
That is Director Williams.
Great. Well, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'd like to highlight, as Director Williams stated, some of the major activities that occurred at the Fort Calhoun Station decommissioning project in August. So the equipment necessary that'll be needed for the reactor vessel internal segmentation has been moved into the recently expanded containment opening on the south side of the containment building. 2 equipment load-in windows have been completed safely, and the third one is scheduled for mid-October, so we have one left to do. Also in preparation for the reactor vessel segmentation work, the reactor cavity has been cleaned and a coating applied. Since the reactor vessel segmentation will be completed underwater for shielding aspects, the manufacturing and machining residue could get on the sides of the reactor vessel cavity. So this coating will assist with the radioactive decontamination efforts following the reactor vessel segmentation work. At the firing range, which was in place when we did training for the security personnel, it has been demolished and the soil from the area has been excavated and screened and preps for removal from the site in the near future. The affected soils have been processed to meet residential standards. There's a very complex and coordinated effort that's underway to establish the containment waste structure. The foundation work, including the perimeter excavation, rebar and form placement, and pouring of the concrete, is currently in progress. Upon completion of that work, the fabric building will be erected and a rail system installed to transport the material from the containment building. So due to other priorities that need to be covered from the enterprise perspective, including the polar vortex update, Mr. Euling will provide an update with additional details next month to the board in the committee to clearly show some of these examples of the work in process. Starting next week, the nuclear oversight personnel, with assistance from Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Station, which is in California, some subject matter experts, they will be conducting a biennial independent management assessment, or IMA. The IMA is a station level review, not just a review of the nuclear oversight processes. It will look at all aspects of the quality assurance program, including engineering, document and procedure control, work management, training, qualifications, the organization, maintenance, procurement, as well as the traditional nuclear oversight functions. So those results will be available in the future. That's what I have as a report. Do you have any questions?
Dr. Molhoff, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. So where does the soil from the firing range excavation go to? I mean, I'm assuming that's precautions because of lead ammunition, or where will that be? Where will that end up?
Yes, Director Molhoff, the primary contaminant would be from lead. And again, we are screening those and processing to meet those residential standards. The exact location, it may be landfill, but I'll have to get some additional insights from Mr. Euling on that.
Yeah, Scott, you're right. Yep. We process that soil, we remove the lead, we treat any soil that's necessary, and then that does get disposed of in the local landfill. The rest of the soil that's not impacted and verified to be so is then simply spread out in that area.
Thanks, Tim.
Great. I don't see any other hands. Does anyone else have questions, comments about the nuclear oversight report?
I'll just jump in. Thank you so much for your continued excellence in this area. It's certainly, still a project that is extremely important to the district, and execution, perfection in the executions, also extremely important. And we appreciate your attention to those details and making sure everything continues to be smooth. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I do not see any other hands or comments. Last chance. Hearing none, appreciate the update, Scott. And I believe that concludes everything we have for the Systems Committee this month. Thanks very much.
Director Spurgeon, did you have a question before we move on?
Just to add my thanks to all the people who are working at Fort Calhoun, and that we just had a really splendid tour of the site and of the solar array and so forth, and really appreciate everybody sharing their expertise and insights and the details that we ask about. It was excellent. Thank you.
All right, very good. Okay, next up on the agenda is our Public Information Committee report. Director Mulhoff.
Yes, the Public Information Committee did not meet this month, but thanks to the legislative staff, we got a very comprehensive report of all the legislative activity, and that is diligent. I won't go into that, but I think that Lisa and her team are going to give us an abbreviated report of that.
Perfect. Thank you, Director Mulhoff. You are correct. We put a lot of information in the appendix and so forth so that you guys can read at your leisure. So earlier you heard that the legislature is back in Lincoln for a special session. So we'll talk a little bit about that. They just started this week, so lots more to come. We'll also discuss the latest on the federal front regarding the industry, and there's been a lot of moving parts there. So I think our last document that we reviewed was 133 pages, and our subject matter experts are working on that as well. So with that being said, I'd like to thank the team for that extensive work and our subject matter experts across the district, because we rely heavily on them as well. So we'll talk about the federal, state level activities, and if you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer those. Tim O'Brien.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lisa, thanks for the introduction. We are extremely busy and really do appreciate all of our subject matter expert support of all the things that are going on. So just have a few slides for you today on the state effort, and I'll build on the discussion on redistricting that took place this morning, and then we'll talk about the things that are happening in DC. It's a little minute-by-minute update as things are happening there. On the legislative calendar, the legislature is back in session. They started their work yesterday, and they will conclude on the 30th. Mo, if you'd go to the next slide, I will go into greater detail on the special session. And there's really two things that are happening. One is redistricting, and there's also governor appointments to various committees. I have a slide on that coming up next. So the work is begun. There have been a couple proposals put in place by the Legislative Redistricting Committee that you can see on the slide here. They are taking those proposals, frankly, across the state. So they're doing a few hearings. So today they are in Grand Island. Tomorrow they will be in Lincoln. And then on the 16th, they'll be in Omaha at the Scott Conference Center, taking feedback on the various proposals. There was also some bills introduced that relate to redistricting. So really what's going on is there's debate about should another senator be added to go from 49 to 50. So that was a bill that was introduced on that topic. So that's one. And there's also the boundaries from a legislative and congressional perspective. And there's pretty different schools of thought on how that may work, or even move Senator Coulterman that's in the Seward area, move his district over really to the outskirts of Omaha and into Sarpy County. So quite a bit of debate and political focus on the redistricting effort there. So that's what's happening on that side. That data will also be used for other political subdivisions. The legislature has some work, for example, with the Board of Regents for the university system. That's another part of their work. That will all be done on the 30th. They're going to work actually this Saturday, so they'll be busy there. There are recess days to give time for the legislative process to happen and then overcome any vetoes should that be a potential. So that's really what's going on the special session front on the redistricting proposal. Certainly we're keeping a keen eye on how that unfolds. And Mo, if you'd go to the next slide. There's also many appointments, as I mentioned earlier. I counted just today, there's 25 that were in the various committees for hearing on their appointments to many of the committees that you see there. So I will pause there to see if there's any questions or comments. Seeing none, I will go into, not only is the special session happening, it's also a good time for us to get updates from senators on their ideas for next year and also legislative resolutions. So Seth has been very, very busy in those activities, and I want to provide just a couple updates. There's 3 slides on the legislative resolutions or studies that we have been tracking. There's been just a couple updates that I want to share. So Mo, if you would go to the next one, please. There's a couple things here on this particular slide. We have talked about LR 83, and this is appointments by the governor to boards, commissions, or other bodies. That has not, frankly, moved or had a hearing scheduled, so we're continuing to watch and see where that one may go. The last one, we did have a hearing scheduled. This is on November 6th for I believe it's any political subdivision that has a retirement plan or pension to have a hearing. It's something we've been familiar with. Javier's testified a few times this year. We will, I believe John Thurber will do that on behalf of the district on November 6th, so that one did get scheduled. Mo, on the next slide, there's no major updates, but one we've talked about quite a bit and also relates to prior discussion that took place on the polar vortex. Is LR 136, and this is around the legislature's interest in this topic. It has not been scheduled, but likely in the October timeframe, if there is a hearing, this would occur. We've been working very closely with the Nebraska Power Association on our response and questions that the senator that introduced, and then also the chair of the Natural Resources Committee and others that have questions around the topic. So we've been very engaged on that aspect. On slide 3, next slide, please, Mo, there's really no other updates on the last set of legislative resolutions or studies that we're watching. So just wanted to provide the board an update on what we've been watching or engaged on, or if anything's changed since the last report. With that, that concludes my prepared remarks for the state update. So Mo, we will move into the federal side. This has been fun for somebody that enjoys policy like myself, and I know Seth has as well. It is just amazing to see what's happening. We have 2 slides for you. It's difficult because things are changing on a real-time basis on my other screen over here. Just even some of the notes I had this morning have evolved, but there's some very positive things I think that are happening potentially for our business operations. And I want to highlight a little bit for you, knowing that a lot of this may change and evolve over the next minutes and weeks. So here, I'll try and do my best to set the stage. Seth will jump in as he is by far the expert in this space. The Senate is back from the recess. They got back yesterday, so they are getting to work. The House will be back, I believe it's on the 20th. And there's 2 major things happening. One is ensuring the infrastructure package moves forward, and then connected to that is the budget reconciliation process. That's the $3.5 trillion package that you might have, I'm sure you've seen here. It's on every news channel at the moment. The House there's a real sort of political dance going on how those both move forward and how they're both finalized and prepared and come together. And so the House has talked about taking the vote on the 27th for infrastructure. So that's been kind of a target on both of these topics to have a vote on the 27th. It's not binding, but that's been the target. The other part of this is that overall appropriations are needed to be done by the end of this month, I believe on the 30th. So there isn't a government shutdown. There'll likely be a continuing resolution to move that forward, but that's another topic in this whole discussion about that component. And also the debt ceiling is another topic that comes into all these things coming to head of what's occurring in DC. Mo, if you want to go to the next slide, I'm going to go in detail about what's happening. And the drafting is happening now. So this is very exciting. So we got some of the details late last week, more yesterday, and then this morning. And there's two things that I'll spend time on. One is tax, and the other is the Clean Energy Performance Program. And the Clean Energy Performance Program, as proposed, is to provide incentives, direct payments, essentially, to entities to expand clean energy generation and the portfolio development from 2023 to 2030. And it's a really aggressive package. The objective is really about a 4% increase for each utility's generation. If not, there's penalties associated with that. This total package is about $150 billion, so it's very, very significant. APPA has been heavily involved. They've been very open publicly that there's general excitement around it. However, the timing aspects to make these things happen is where some concern has been about some of the processes related to achieving this. A big one is on transmission and permitting. So how do we site, permit, and construct the needed transmission to be able to make these things happen? Also some concerns about how it occurs over supply chain, labor challenges. Those have been other comments and questions, and then just the general timing of the grant process and how it will work. So lots and lots of discussion there on the mechanics of how the program will work, and so that'll continue as things move forward. But that's kind of the overview of what that program looks like. The other bucket is tax, and the House Ways and Means Committee is working on this. They have a really great section-by-section draft posted on their website. If you want to take a look at that, it's about 40 pages. But there is so much in the tax side, from advanced refunding of bonds. There's ITC and production tax credit improvements, also a level playing field for now wind, solar, and geothermal. The credits will actually go all the way into the early 2030s and have bonus additions is the terms they're using if some of the materials are manufactured in the United States, or there's important pay benefits associated with the manufacturing and development of those, which is exciting to see some of those adjustments. Also, as I read the package, there is incentives, production, or investment tax credits for transmission, which is something new and different. And the way it looks, the structure that OPPD has enjoyed is to work with a developer that has a tax benefit. It appears now that there can be direct payments or payments brought forward depending on when liabilities are needed. So that could further accelerate the ability to move projects forward. So that was a good thing for public power. So a lot in those pieces and parts. There's also other taxes on the other side that may raise costs potentially. There's discussion on border taxes related to imports into the United States. There hasn't been, at least I haven't seen it yet. It's a question that occurs quite frequently about a carbon tax. That's not been included, but likely could be an amendment that could be added through the negotiations that are coming up. The other big piece of this is electric vehicle electrification. And so there's about $100 billion focused on this, related to tax credits for fleets or individuals. And there's been great debate on, is a refund or credit the right incentive to move further EV adoption going? So just share with you, just to try to hit some of the pros and cons of the things that are going on in the debates that are occurring over the next week or so, we will get more clear on what's in, what's out, and how the political dance, so to speak, is moving forward in DC. So I apologize, I threw a lot out at you. I will pause if there's questions, or Seth, if there's some other important updates that have occurred that would be very helpful for the board committee.
Thanks, Tim. I just have one. Homeland Security also has they're doing their part of this as well. So there'll be some issues for cybersecurity for the federal government to look at cybersecurity across the entire enterprise of the country on cybersecurity issues. So they're really trying to put as much as they can out there on these issues. And as Tim said before, they are marking these bills up now. Energy and Commerce started yesterday, went for 15 hours, starting again today. Ways and Means is right now marking up the tax incentive part. They think they might be able to get that done tomorrow, but that's how intense these things are. It's a lot of language, a lot of new language. So they're working through it with, I don't know, hundreds of amendments. They're working through all that and trying to get it out before the September 15th deadline. But that will probably move because that's what they set it's a voluntary standard, but they're going to work as hard as they can to get that done.
Director Williams?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. First was on the Clean Electricity Payment Program. I've heard several reviews of that, and it's gone back and forth between what type of metric they might be using for the objective. I've heard 80% reduction in carbon by 2030, and I've also heard 80% of electricity generated from clean sources by 2030. Can you help clarify which of those seems to be the preferred direction? And I ask only because in recent years, we have internally had a very similar discussion about what is the appropriate metric looking forward. And so which of those two seems to be the preferred metric, or do you believe that a metric associated with the Clean Energy Payment Program is likely to be moving forward?
Well, and Tim, if you want, I can take that one. From what we've seen so far, it's an 80% clean power by 2030, but right now they're literally debating the clean energy performance program in Energy and Commerce, and they're working through those things there. It's not going to be so all the Democrats aren't aligned on how that's going to look, so they're going to be looking. They're trying to work through those issues there. Some of the consternation on that is they're trying to set up this clean energy, because this is an offshoot of the clean energy standard. They're trying to make sure that it passes the muster of the parliamentarian in the Senate. So there's some people that are concerned that they're writing language just for that instead of going forward with a good policy of what that looks like. So we'll find out hopefully by the end of the day what that's going to look like, and then how that vote will be. As you all know, we've reported this in the past. In the House, the majority can only lose 3 to 4 votes to get the entire package through. So there's a lot of negotiations going on right now. But the 80% clean power by 2030 is what that looks like. Again, it's 4% increase every year going forward. If you get that, you get some grants and assistance that way. If you don't, you get a fee or a tax for not achieving that. So that's the whole linchpin of this entire part for the climate side.
Dr. Yoder?
Thank you. Thank you for the reports of what's happening at the federal and the state level. I really appreciate it. The kind of bouncing off of Director Williams' comments out of systems and my understanding regarding working with the city of Omaha, and my understanding that the city of Bellevue is now working on solar. What kind of activities are you guys putting in terms of lobbying for or acting as a resource for those municipalities that are considering renewable energy or energy efficiency kinds of ordinances or changes in their regulations?
I can answer that and then let the team chime in on that as well. We do go through all of the agendas, and that's a heavy lift on the local level as well. And as items are coming up, We attend those meetings and serve as a resource for them if they have questions. I know like Michaela Valentine has been at every single one of the Bellevue meetings as well, so that if they need a resource in the audience or online, they can ask Michaela to step ahead and answer any of those questions. Tim, Seth, you want to add anything else?
You got it, Lisa. Bellevue specifically, we've been working very closely with them and providing some thoughts and guidance on that. And just as we have across our whole territory, similar to what we did in Sarpy, Saunders, Washington, we're, as Lisa said, we're combing every agenda on Friday mornings. And so we would appreciate, frankly, if the board or others see or know if another municipalities looking at something, and we'll continue our knowledge base and advocacy. We really do have a great list of experts on the technical nature or certainly the local community level nature as well. So thank you for the question.
As well as serving more of a proactive approach, meeting with the various counties when we can. Right now, it happens to be a very busy time. So if you hear something, say something so that we could make sure that we're there. And as we plan for the upcoming year, reevaluating where our services are needed as well. So
very good. Thank you. Happy to do that. Very good. Then I guess I just wanted to give an audible thank you to Senator Fisher for her support in moving that infrastructure bill and her support of that, moving it out from the Senate. So thanks to her, and thanks to you and your team for helping her know that we're appreciative. Thank you.
Well, and Director Yoder, I want to add one thing on the federal side on the emission stuff. For the local side, there's $5 billion for zero emissions grant program for trucks and school buses, $17.5 billion to decarbonize federal buildings and vehicle fleets, $18 billion for energy efficiency and appliance electrification rebates, $2.5 billion for solar installation in low-income communities. So there's a lot of things that the federal side's doing now that will impact the local side there that we're also monitoring to make sure what's in there can trickle down to where we are here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate what knowing that you will help those locals understand and pay attention to it and take advantage of it when it occurs. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Eric, did you have another question, or was that a stale hand?
Yes, please. On the tax side of things, you mentioned a potential change in the way that is structured, and I thought I heard you say that the rather than a tax, direct payments might be the method for supporting clean energy in the future. That would be different than the ITC or PTC that we've seen in the past, and that public power would be eligible to receive those direct payments. Is that correct?
Yes, Director Williams, that's how I read it today, knowing that it could change.
And I know that we work closely with, as has been mentioned, the APPA and the LPPC. I would assume that both of those organizations are strongly supportive of those payments being available to public power. Is that correct? Okay, great. Yep. I just wanted to make sure that we are working with others, because that is a pretty fundamental change in the way that we would have access to a lot of the financial tools to support clean energy development. So that's great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that we are working with others. I very much hope that that does move forward, because that would provide a lot of new opportunity, as we've talked about numerous times in the past, for us to move forward directly with clean energy. So I'm glad that we're partnering with them. I think that's a great step forward. I hope that that does stay included as the negotiation moves forward. Thank you.
And as written right now, that also goes for the energy storage tax credit or the investment tax credit, as well as the transmission tax credit as well. So all of these have been that way. And this was an advocacy piece that APPA did with input from all its members. The main input we gave the APPA when they're negotiating these things, whatever incentives there are, just make sure public power can take advantage of it. Not that we may or may not, but it's just nice having the ability to do that. So it's been a good team effort across the board with APPA, LPPC, and all their members.
Great. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
I don't see any other hands. Thanks again, Tim and Seth and Lisa and all the team, and appreciate that update. And with that, the PI committee is complete.
All right, thank you. We're going to take about a 10-minute break now and reconvene at, let's just do a 1:36, where we'll have a couple items on the other business agenda. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and get started again. Next up is our confirmation of board meeting agenda. These are the items that we currently have on the consent agenda. The comprehensive financial and operating report and meeting minutes, SD 10 ethics monitoring report, and the 2021 expenditure approval increase. I think Director Yoder, you had requested that the expenditure approval increase be moved to a board discussion action item. Is that correct?
I think something of that size should be out there for that, yes.
Okay, and just confirmation, does that require a supermajority?
I'll defer to our parliamentarian on that.
No, to vote to approve it, is that your question? No, it does not. It's regular.
Okay. Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and move agenda item 8 to the action items. Anything else need to be moved from consent to action? I think we're in good shape. Okay, we can move on now to board work plan. I think there's been a couple updates made to this document. Generally, things are in the work in progress category. Anything else that needs to be added to this right now from my committee chairs?
I think we're good on finance.
Okay. All right. SD4 reliability. Oh, sorry, go back one slide. Thank you. This item has not been started yet. I think the notes here. Eric, could you help me with this one?
Yep, still pending. The note does highlight we're waiting on external discussions in order to inform our actions. This is less of a priority than SD9, and so we do want to get back to a definition of reliability specifically to include resilience. But external guidance on that will probably be the driver. So this is kind of a long-term pending once we have additional information from outside is kind of the way that this has been, as indicated from 2020. It's just waiting until we get some of that information.
Okay, very good. Let's move on now to the parking lot. And I don't think that we've added anything new to the parking lot, and I suspect we will after our October 5th board workshop have a couple new items on the parking lot from those discussions, but otherwise nothing that we're moving right now. Any comments on this? Okay, we are ready to move now to the Power with Purpose update. In Mary's absence, who will be taking it? Scott?
Chair Bogner, I will be presenting for the team today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please, Mo. Okay, today I'll be describing a brief update on the natural gas generation project as well as the fuel supply portion of that project. Next slide, please. So we've described these activities for sourcing of the engineer, procure, and construct for the natural gas generation projects before. As a reminder, for that EPC or engineer, procure, and construct sourcing, we have a two-part process. The request for qualifications was completed earlier this year when we narrowed down the participants and vendors that we wanted to take part in the request for proposal. And that was narrowed down to Black & Veatch, Kiewit, and Zachary. Part 2, in which we issued the proposals to those 3 vendors on June 28th of this year. The RFP was issued April 16th, and we received the proposals back June 28th of this year. And the evaluation and negotiations are still in progress. Reminder, the Standing Bear Lake commercial operation date is still slated for May 1st of 2023, and Turtle Creek Station commercial operation date May 31st of 2023. Next slide, please. So This is a milestone and a picture to show the preliminary earthwork. On the left-hand side, you can see a photo from a drone looking south of the Turtle Creek Station. That is the area that we have been doing the preliminary grading, which started August 23rd. So this was taken just after that. You can see the outline through the fields there of where the eventual substation and then generation station from north to south will be on that plot of land. So again, to the left is the Sarpy County landfill, and this is looking south. So that started August 23rd, and we are completing that, and it's progressing for that grading activities there. Ames Construction was awarded that contract, and the Standing Bear Lake earthwork will begin in the near term. That's what I have for that slide. Any questions here? Okay. So for the fuel supply, the facilities reimbursement agreement has been executed with Northern Natural Gas for the Turtle Creek Station. We expect the construction for that supply line to start in the summer of 2022, with the facilities in service by November 1st of 2022. For the Standing Bear Lake Station, the main extension agreement, ground lease agreement, and gas supply agreements are being finalized with the Metropolitan District for that site. That will go to the MUD board in October of this year, with again construction starting next summer and the facilities targeted to be in service by November 1st of 2022. Next slide. That is all the content I have today. Are there any questions on this topic?
Colleagues, are there any questions? I currently don't see any hands.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't sound like it. Okay, very good. The next item on our agenda here is the Technology Platform Strategic Initiative update. Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director Bogner. I'm Kate Brown, CIO and Vice President of Building Services for OPPD, and it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to provide an update to the board and the community on the Technology Platform Strategic Initiative today. I'm just going to make a few comments here. I'm going to hand it over to Steve Brown. But earlier today, we talked about the polar vortex, the July storm, and also the pandemic to some degree. Although wouldn't want any of these events to have transpired, I think we did find a way to leverage from them some learnings and to help us bring clarity around what we need to do and also prioritization of some of the work. And you're going to hear about some of that today. We touched on tech debt a little earlier and the need to have a 21st century communication capability with customers and employees and ensure that employees have tools to support our business now and in the future. What you'll hear today from Steve Brown, Director of Enterprise Architecture, is an update on where we're at with the strategic initiative, how it's been informed by many inputs of people, events, strategic partners in order to continue to build our path to the future of a digital utility. I'd like to make a quick call out to the work of the Strategic Steering Committee that continues to bring invaluable support and feedback for these strategic initiatives. And that's really led by Bob Kaminsky. It's a fantastic methodology that's being used. This ecosystem allows this team to create kind of these cross connections between all the different strategic initiatives. They're complex, they're large, and this committee really helps to ensure that things stay together, they stay connected, and it maximizes our efficiency in building this out. So I want to give my sincere thanks to Steve Brown and all those that have given their time, talents, and input to this ongoing body of work that is so critical to OPPD. With that, Steve, take it away and thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this. So I'm Steve Brown, and I'm going to talk about what we said we were going to do, where we are today, and how we're going to continue into the future. So let's jump to the next slide, please. So our purpose, once again, progress, future plans, and how we'll get there. I just want to note that we're breaking this up into phase 1 and phase 2. So that's going to be the context of how we're going to present the information for the board's reference. Next slide. So if we go back in time, we talked about our original objective around customer confidence, employee confidence in doing things in a way that is sustainable long term. And of course, aligning with the goals of the company. So we've been laser focused on ensuring that as we have learned about the industry, worked with the business, we are focused on these particular variables. And the vision statement of core technology for a better foundation, mobility access anywhere, clarity on our assets, and making sure that data is available. That has carried us through. We haven't added anything. We continue to use those as our foundation as we look towards the future, and they've held up. So we started solid, and we've continued to move forward. Next slide. So where are we today? So today we have just completed phase 1, which was a fairly in-depth engagement with an outside vendor in direct partnership with all parts of the business. These are utility experts, of course, and we evaluated not only today's needs, let's say we go out a year, but what's the vision of the company over many years, and tried to play that out to understand not only just the technology side, but how do we envision our customers? What are they going to want? What do they want from us? How do we better serve them? And it yielded a ton of information that allowed us to start mapping out the future, tangible maps that lead to us being able to actually execute. I'll talk about that a little bit more. You'll see a pattern here. So as we look to the future, you'll probably see a pattern similar to how we structured phase 1. So we're planning before we take action. I think the board knows that. And you can see these points here that talk about cross SI alignment. And it's a commitment we've made to ensure that we are in lockstep with the business as they progress. So we'll talk about that a little bit more, but that pattern has held up as well. It seems to be working. And let's jump to the next slide and we'll talk through that a little bit more. So we talked about the challenge we knew was coming at us, where each part of the business is going to have a different speed and a different pace at which they figured out what's their game plan, as well as the technology side. One of our goals was to be a little bit ahead so that we're ready when the business needs us to be. That's required us to be very, very closely aligned with their progress and how they change, because they evolve. That's working. Our alignment right now is, I think, the best it's been. The business does continue to evolve, and as they evolve, our plans evolve with it. We knew this was going to happen, and it is shaping the way we are breaking out our plans. So we're going to get into 2022 and exactly where that's led us, and exactly where we're going to focus our efforts based on what we've learned from the business. Once again, nearer term within that 1 to 5 year range, as well as we look way out into the future, at our North Stars as a company. So this collaborative effort, we're putting in the extra effort, and it absolutely is paying off. And when I say extra effort, it's time, it's commitment, and it just takes effort, and it's worth it. So let's go to the next slide, please. So how we'll get there, what I like to frame up is we have broken down our technology approach into, and I'll just draw your attention to the bottom 2 areas, the foundation and enterprise services. The reason we've done that is because our foundational services, they're things that don't change. They're the things that we build everything on top of, and they are highly integrated. These are the things that we believe, it's security systems, it's identity systems, it's our core network and communication environment. Once again, true foundation, the bedrock, if you will, of OPPD in the context of technology. It is an entire ecosystem, itself, and it's typically very far behind the covers. Many of these systems are invisible at the end of the day. However, they've got to work really well, or nothing else is going to work the way that it's supposed to. As we move towards a far more integrated technology environment, that foundation is critical. Now, enterprise services are a little more dynamic. Enterprise services are business facing. They are things that the business interacts with directly, and they're a little more dynamic. They may come and go over the next 5 to 10 years based on the needs of the business. As I reference back to, we're trying to ensure we can change with the business. This is one of the reasons why we are specifically separating these things so that we can have that agility and move as the business needs to move. So let's advance the next slide, please. So this depicts just a quick representation of what that relationship looks like. So enterprise services depend on our foundation to function. Once again, enterprise services a little more dynamic, and we're going to talk about some examples in a moment. And the key here is every enterprise service we're building can directly map to the other parts of the company when it comes to their business plans. So when we talk about customer engagement of the future, we talk about our advanced meter infrastructure. When we talk about workforce transformation, decarbonization, all of those efforts, once again, can be mapped back to the way our technology game plan is forming. Now, we don't have every answer yet. I think you know that because the other groups are still developing their plans, but we know enough to get started. And we're going to talk about how we're going to get started here in just a moment. So next slide. So we're going to start work in 2022. When I say starting work, that means tangible work, actually deploying and implementing solutions. So I talk about the foundation being an ecosystem of highly integrated platforms that are invisible. We also have the business-facing side, and this is an example, not all-inclusive, of some key systems I'd like to individually explain to make sure that when we're taking action, why? How do we correlate next year's plans with our vision as an organization down the road? How does it contribute to restoration? How does it contribute to the field? And how does it put us in a better position when we are in a state of emergency or when we're just trying to get something done in a better way, in a more efficient way? So we're going to, we've requested that we start this in 2022, even though we know we don't have all the answers. We don't need everybody's roadmap fully fleshed. We know that these fundamentals have to happen. So we believe action makes sense, and that's what we plan to do. So let me explain each one of these to just once again draw some parallels on why they're important and how they fit into the ecosystem that we're building out. Next slide, please. So GIS, Geographic Information System Service, in this context, that's one of the cornerstone systems of our asset plan. When we think about the pre-existing effort around OPPD becoming masters of its assets, this is a key piece of that holistic plan. It was started over a year ago. This is, once again, a piece. But when we think about just the location of assets, that's one variable. But this system is going to be needed as we look out into the future on enabling our field personnel, making sure that they know where things are when they walk up to a pole or an asset. Everything is there. They know what's in front of them automatically. When we talk about, the availability of resources that are nearby when there is an emergency, maybe we have other utilities that have come in to help us. Knowing where things are all the time is why this is such a critical system. When our customers want to know who's in the area, is there an OPPD truck doing services nearby? Once again, this system has a role in ensuring that we have the location of these things and that it's available. How we make them available to our customers, how we make it available to our teams in the field. We haven't figured all of those things out, but this is a core variable, and we believe we need to start. Next slide, please. So our cybersecurity enhancements, I'm just using the word enhancements because we already take cybersecurity pretty seriously. We need to take things to the next level, whether it's, a reflection of being part of critical infrastructure or whether it's just our due diligence as an organization. We have plans to take things to the next level. to ensure that not only are our customers safe when they touch an OPPD website, mobile application, or they're at one of our facilities, or whether it's simply, internal employee security to make sure we're handling data correctly and that we're doing what's right on behalf of our customers. So we are enhancing our profile in the systems that support that profile. And I think you'll hear more about that from our information security director in the future. Next slide. So enterprise mobility covers a lot of ground. And we talk about geospatial services, but how do we make that available at the fingertips of our people in the field? How do we make an experience with our customers, whether they're on a website or a mobile application, consistent? And I'm going to talk about trust here in a little while. So our mobility plan covers all those different dimensions: employees, our customers, and then most importantly, when we're in an emergency or in the field trying to get something done, how are we mobilely enabling those workers? And this also includes, once again, our partners. If we have partners that come in that want to work with us, how do we enable them when they're out, once again, trying to get things done in the field? That is what encompasses our enterprise mobility plan. We won't finish that in 2022, but we are going to start, we'll call it phase 1, is how I'd like the board to view our plans for next year. Let's go to the next one, please. So we talked about collaboration and how important it is and how valuable it's been so far. So as we have driven and worked with the business, and thank you for everyone who takes the time to work with us. I know it takes a lot of effort. We see the need to map things out across the business. We do this today to a degree, so it's not like we're not doing this, but we believe that there is incredible value with aggregating the plans of the business so that, if nothing else, so the technology side of the equation can understand the goals of the business, see this in one place, and we can map accordingly. It will allow us to stay slightly ahead of the business, which is our goal. And it will allow us to make, better financial investments, better timing, and understand where the business plans are so that they can understand where we are. That visibility, we believe, is going to be greatly important as we continue to progress over the next several years, all the way out, to our North Stars, all the way to 2050 potentially, as we plan. Next slide. Thank you. So we talk about collaboration, and today we've been moved into a world where we were forced to do remote collaboration pretty fast. Now, it's been that way for a while, so I think we're getting used to it. But here's what we've learned. We learned that there is a thirst to collaborate far beyond what we're doing today, whether it's in the context of workforce transformation and the efficiencies we know exist, or whether it's in the context of our customers wanting to collaborate with us in different ways when there's an incident and when there's not an incident. It doesn't always have to be, under stress. So we believe there's great value in enhancing what we do today, assuming there's some type of, hybrid result that will emerge, that enabling our workforce with these types of tools, whether it's in the office, in the field, or at home, at a home office, we know that value exists. That's been made very clear. And we want to enhance what we've already done. We're already doing considerably good, just considering how fast we had to move. But we're going to take that once again to the next level. We believe the value is absolutely there. We believe the business needs this. Next slide, please. So data management, I think this has been talked about a lot. The industry is full of the word data management, information management. And OPPD started this journey over a year ago. So as we look at the future, as we look at AMI, as we look at an intelligent grid, we know that we're going to start dealing with an exponential growth of data. We believe it's an inevitable byproduct of what the business needs to do. And I can go on and on. I think you're well aware of these things. We need to prepare for this inevitability. I talked about trust. So there is capacity in the context of being able to absorb this information, once again, coming from the grid, coming from our customers. There's also, how do we make that useful And how do we give it back in a way that is, whether it's to our monitoring group, whether it's to our engineers, once again, the field and our customers. And then how do we make sure that that data is absolutely authoritative and trusted? We have a vision that any information that comes out of OPPD, once again, is authoritative, trusted information. And it's not everything, but we want to make sure we know, when we give it out, it is validated and it can be trusted regardless of the consumer. So when we talk about data management, it is a commitment to ensuring what we refer to as trusted data sources, sometimes referred to as authoritative data sources, that we have a handle on what do we care about, how are we handling it, and when we provide it to someone or they combine that information, it's trusted information. That is a long-term commitment that we've already started with. We are just simply taking it to the next level as we look to the future, knowing that things are going to be considerably increased. And I use AMI as a very easy example. There are more things than that. It's just something that's top of mind. So the reason I articulate these particular items is we are wanting to move forward with these in 2022. We believe there's no reason not to, and we can directly map them to what the business needs to do. So that's how we're looking at taking action while we continue to plan for the future. So let's jump to the next slide and I'll talk about how we're looking at the next 5 years. So before we spoke, I think it was maybe 10 months ago, we talked about keeping the operational side of OPPD going. We are completely committed to that. We will certainly do it. We talked about some of the transformation activities we have to undergo, and that's what we're doing now. We are planning, we are executing. We are now going to continue to plan in partnership with the business while we start to execute. There's an order to this, some driven by technology, some things driven by business priority. So we put those together and that's how we make our decisions. Another part of this is the way we have to do it. This will take not only just OPPD, gumption, if you will, but this is a combination of OPPD, a combination of our partners in the field. And when I say OPPD, I'm talking about, the technology folks, but it's everybody. There's a change piece of this that takes the whole company to one degree or another. We are in this very much together, but we're also going to have to use outside services and our strategic partners as well. So that combination of activity is what's going to actually get things done. And just to repeat, we have to keep our eye on the ball operationally. We know that, we're committed, but we also have to move the ball. So combined is how we're going to actually move the ball at the end of the day. So right now, as we learn more about where the business is going, we are creating our 5-year plan that we are considering to be an actionable plan, which means we can put engineering level planning against our game plan. And then we execute when the timing is right. We believe that the other strategic initiatives and other activities within OPPD are starting to form and emerge. We can see the future. As our North Stars become more solidified, the 5-year plan becomes more and more solid, and then we can start looking at the 10-year and so on. So that's how we're looking at truly planning and executing our work, and we will eventually visualize this by combining our existing work, our strategic work, so that we have a unified game plan moving forward, and ideally in the form of an enterprise portfolio that everybody can see across the organization, across the board. Those things aren't easy to do. These are the plans and we aim to do it. But once again, my confidence certainly is not trivializing the level of effort. I just know it's the right direction. So as far as staggering work, I mentioned trying to work at the pace of the business. There's a change aspect of this that I already mentioned that I want to make sure that, we can't do everything at once. That's not real. And I think everybody knows this. So our change group is a big part of how we're looking at how does the business absorb this change? When's the timing right? There are certain times where we don't dare make any large changes because it's too disruptive. That's part of our plans. And that's, once again, a byproduct of the critical alignment that we believe we've obtained, and we're going to really keep that going. So, I talked about, our fiscal responsibility and thoughtful about change, and then adapting as the district changes. we know that there's going to be change. We know there is. And as we look forward and we focus on foundational systems, the services that we believe we're going to build in 2022, we think next year are, once again, solid plans based on things we know the district is going to do. We expect pivot points along the way. We are also anticipating natural technology pivot points as well within a 5-year cycle. So I bring this to the board in the, just in the context of business will change, we will change accordingly. The industry will change, we will change accordingly. And then of course, there are life cycle changes that we will plan in advance. So as we are looking to the future and mapping to the business and mapping to the technology, these points are starting to emerge. And the vision over time, the long-term vision is starting to materialize as we get closer and closer to definition of our North Stars. And once again, as the other SIs start to really hone in on their game plans. So next slide, please. So one more word on data management, and then I'll close out. So I talked about why we're double focusing on the topic. These 5 elements are the things that we are laser focused on, to use that term again. So as we look at core mobility, asset, and data, right, they're all, data is woven into every one of them. And they all have a role in making sure that data quality is where it needs to be. It can be trusted. So quality, trust, security, accessibility, and then of course it's got to be useful or there's no point. We are committed to ensuring that in the context of OPPD, this is how we're looking at our data. We will get clear on authoritative data sources. We will get to a point, once again, that data from OPPD can be trusted. It's not just our goal to be trusted within our community, because I think it is today. We're just committed to keeping it that way, given the volume that we know we're going to receive. But it's also out, to the industry. As we look at the changing world, this is a critical attribute, and we're committed to it. And our plans are wrapped around this. So I'll close with the next slide. So as we continue to look down the road, a unified roadmap is what we believe is going to emerge. Once again, I use the term of visual roadmap, enterprise portfolio. We're definitely going to do it in the technology space. We believe that the same approach will be beneficial across the entire enterprise, and I think most people believe that as well. Alignment to the North Stars, as long as we know what they are and we are directionally pointed, how we get there won't be a straight line, but we know that in advance, and that's our strength, and that's the way this industry works. But we're going to stay aligned to the North Stars, and we're not going to lose our focus. And then the cross-organizational alignment, I've said it a few times. I don't think it stops. I don't think it's part of the strategic initiatives. I think the ecosystem of systems we have to build and maintain in the partnership to stay aligned with the business, to make sure we change with the business. I think this is a commitment that's going to last forever. And I think the benefit is forever. So I feel we've turned a corner in that context. So thank you for letting me get through that. I was being very mindful of time. I would open to questions. I think that's the next slide is questions.
All right, thank you, Steve. Director Moody, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Steve. This is super interesting. Excited to see what's coming forward. A couple questions, maybe comments. The first one, so appreciate the emphasis on data management. And clearly in that last slide that you mentioned kind of the fact that that data is going to spill very much outside of the organization's walls, right? And not just to our customer owners, but to others in the utility industry. I just want to reinforce that as the direction we're going. I recall a conversation I had with, it's been a year, some folks doing work on the social services front, who, are helping and assisting people in our community who are, battling homelessness and nearing homelessness. And they said, I suspect OPPD has some data that might help us be better at our work, might kind of give us some key indicators for when people are at risk. And not that we're going to give them names and phone numbers, right? But like, I think we have a lot of we have great data to begin with, and we're going to continue to get even better data, and thinking about how that can be used, not just for you know, some of the things that I'd call more traditional in the utility space, but also how some of our community partners might benefit from having some of that data, is a really intriguing idea. That so I like the direction you're going, I guess, just to reinforce that. And then to that end, I can't help but then assume that there's going to be some healthy tension between cybersecurity and the data management outside of our walls, and the need for collaboration. I mean, my impression of collaboration tools are inherently, you know, I assume often cloud-based, where you and I can, you know, co-edit a document in real time. That just kind of creates all sorts of other potential cybersecurity issues, or I would assume. I'm not smart enough to be in that space, but I have to assume that as you go forth on this work, that's one of those tensions that you're going to be dealing with, that is perhaps never going to go away. Is that fair?
Yes, sir, it is. I think you make excellent points. So those are challenges that we are aware of, and we will solve for that. But that is an absolute challenge.
Sure.
So
Okay.
yep, you're right on.
Hey, Director Moody, if I may, it's a similar comment that I made last month. Great comment. You know, the tension between cybersecurity and extracting value from data, very important. I just want to make sure that I add the color to the cybersecurity piece, in that to show our commitment to protecting customer privacy.
Yeah.
It's very, very important, right? As we have data, we will have data to help, you know, make better informed decisions, but our commitment to maintaining customer privacy will not falter.
100%.
And you know, make sure that our customer owners remember that, and they hear that loud and clear from me.
Yep, 100% agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other directors want to ask a couple questions or make some comments? Director Yoder?
I don't know how to form my questions or comments. I guess what I would say, Steve, is that I can profess my ignorance, and you can help me better understand what you're trying to do. I appreciate what you've given us here, and you know, how you're tying into this other strategic initiatives. Yes, it's important to have this as a foundation for everything else you're trying to do. When I look at the 6 different categories you've given us, GIS on over to data management, my crutch is my experience with GIS, which is not strong, but it's not nothing. Last century, I was on a national visiting committee for an NSF grant with someone from Esri, which, as you know, Esri does ArcInfo and has for years. And that's where I first learned that GIS was not just about geography. It's about layers of data. And I understood then that GIS could be used in a building preventive maintenance program, and you could lay out all of your motors on a GIS kind of platform. And since then I've seen relatively recently GIS be used for a community mapping program about what areas are off limits, or what areas are okay for a transmission project out in the state of California. When we're going to do our census response, you know, we're turning to another agency to use GIS. We could use GIS for better understanding our affordability concerns. So when you say you're doing GIS, then I struggle. Certainly, you're not going to do everything that's possible to do with GIS. I'm trying to understand how to get from these big groups to how you're going to prioritize and you know, kind of focus. And so maybe that's next year. You know, maybe that's with your engineering plan. You'll have things prioritized and can better share how things are connected. Or maybe it's me as the listener, I just can't see it yet. So That's it.
That's Director Yoder, thank you for asking that question. I was hoping somebody would. We do plan to provide GIS as an enterprise service to more than what we do today. So today it's primarily focused on the grid, and it will continue to be. But we also we do see what you've just articulated. We do think our building group can benefit greatly from that. We know that we want to move towards a standardized GIS platform so we can leverage data from external entities, and maybe they can use some of our information if it's appropriate. We do plan to expand the use of it today. How far we go, that's what we don't know yet. But I think the way you've outlined it, that is part of our vision. I just think that we're going to have to apply some limits. And I don't know if we know exactly what those limits look like. I do think we will know by next year, but we do plan to expand what we do today, absolutely. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you.
Director Williams?
Yeah, I heard a expression, I think you said life cycle changes and you'll plan accordingly. And I guess, does that mean that, and I have asked this a similar type of question in the past, but does that mean that we can move forward on implementation of some phases earlier? I mean, something like replacing meters with smart meters at the end of their normal life cycle prior to the software backend being available, or and I think the way I phrased this previously, parallel or series, when Troy gave a presentation on his side of things. Does that mean that we will be able to make some hardware upgrades prior to some of the software or data management being fully available on the back end, and just essentially not turn those functions on until we have additional capability available? Or, I mean, that's a large portion of my interest in both the presentation that you've just made and the presentation we saw from Troy's team about their work. You know, are we stuck waiting for one part to be entirely completed prior to another part being able to begin? Do you have any comments about the relation between hardware, software, data management? Sorry, that's a terrible question, but I hope I can what it's getting at.
No, I understand exactly what you're asking. So yes, there's absolutely a relationship. So I'm in close discussions with Aaron Smith, who is primarily focused on AMI, as well as other members of Troy's team. So some things we absolutely can do in tandem. So the answer is yes, that opportunity is there. There are some things that must exist first. So there are some hard limitations, but just a couple. So an example, in the context of AMI, you use meters as your example. You know, there's fundamental communication infrastructure that's required, you know, for those types of modern methods, if you will. And to your exact, and you're right on the money. Communications is a dependency, but once we have that, can we do other things in parallel? We absolutely can. Can we turn features on and off at a later date when we're ready? Yes, we can. So I believe that those opportunities are there. However, some things it has to be done in advance. There is a hard order of operations with some of these systems. Does that explain that well enough?
Yeah, it does. And I guess as things move forward over the next quarters that were outlined in the timeline, will we see some of the order of operations stuff come into more clarity so we can understand here are where some of the large investments need to be made in prerequisite technology in order to enable future investments to be made successfully? Is that something we would see over the next, over the 2022 timeline that we saw earlier?
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to speak directly for Aaron Smith, but I think I'm aligned enough to say we absolutely plan to put together a map, if you will, that shows the dependencies and the timing to build some of these critical systems out. So yes, that is our intention, and I am sure we will have that done within the 2022 timeframe. I can't imagine we won't.
If I may, Director Williams, I really, really appreciate your question, because I've had similar questions before. And I think part of the answer is, you know, we need these systems today, regardless of AMI, regardless of all of these other things that we want to do. Today, the speed at which our business technology function can execute changes is slower than it will be once we have a lot of these investments in place. So data management and new software. Today, we are limited by how much, how fast, the quality of work that our teams can do, because we have old technology. And this is not to criticize at all our teams. They're doing fantastic work. In fact, they're doing amazing work with the infrastructure we have in place. So these investments will start yielding results right away. It may not be obvious to you or to members of the public, but it will be obvious internally, just in gaining efficiencies, in being able to use our man hours a lot more effectively and efficiently when we are speeding up the deployment of just regular day-to-day software, day-to-day upgrades. So that will be evident internally. We will also try to report that back out to the board, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that this is not just for the new infrastructure we will invest. It's really addressing the technological debt that we've had for years that will make this organization a lot more agile going forward.
Yep,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Thank you
Could I-
both.
Could I
Go
add
ahead.
to that just quickly? Those were really great questions and great comments. And the point that I want to make sure that's understood is we live today in an environment that is not as integrated as we would like, clearly. And to Javier's point and the questions being asked, the ability to integrate and do it well will create some of what we're talking about in terms of the speed and capabilities and the data management side of that, the assuredness of that information. And I want to make sure that's a piece that's very well understood from where we sit today to where this will take us, because that is a large piece of a digital utility is the integration components. It's not easy to do, to Steve's point. These words sound relatively simple when you throw them out there, but done well, it changes the entire realm of what we're talking about here to do the different aspects of what we're talking about. And so I just wanted to kind of hone in on that for a moment, because it's a really critical component of this is the integration piece. Back to y'all.
Thank you. And I know that I always work better with like very specific examples. So like the GIS discussion and elaboration was very helpful. As we get more reports on like the roadmap and what's next, examples will always serve us well, right? Certainly we know that won't be an exhaustive list, but understanding how is this work making it easier and better for the district, both internally and externally, is also something that I keep asking myself. And so I know that will come as this is further refined. So I very much appreciate the presentation today. I right now don't see any other hands, but certainly if any other directors have questions or comments, I'd love to hear. Okay, going once, going twice. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you.
With that, I think that our meeting is at the end. Thank you very much for participating today. We'll see you guys on Thursday.